Tonight, as you ease yourself into stillness and allow the day to loosen its grip, something quiet begins to open. Not a journey that carries you across borders or through distant lands, but a movement inward toward an ancient stream of understanding that has soothed restless hearts for countless generations. What awaits you is not a doctrine to memorize, but a space to enter, something to be felt rather than explained. As your breath grows softer and your body yields to rest, you drift toward a place where time no longer presses forward, where moments expand and hold weight, where even hardship is not empty or cruel. The concerns you carried through the day slowly lose their sharp edges. Muscles unwind without effort. For the hours ahead, you rest inside a perspective that gently reveals why Buddhist wisdom speaks of a world where nothing arises without cause. You find yourself welcomed into Moonmind Temple, though no gate announces it. The beginning feels subtle. At first light, you awaken in a modest monastery, tucked among mountain peaks veiled in mist. Cool air fills your lungs, scented with pine needles and lingering incense smoke. The path that brought you here was long, driven by a question that would not leave you alone. Your life has felt heavy with struggles that seemed to lack meaning. This morning, an elder monk has agreed to sit with you. You lower yourself onto a threadbare meditation cushion. The monk's smile carries no urgency, no judgment. You wish to know why suffering keeps returning to you, he says, his voice steady, unhurried. He speaks of a world where chance plays no role. As you shift slightly, the wooden floor murmurs beneath you, reminding you that it, too, changes with time, responding to weight, temperature, age. Your breath becomes visible in the cool air, small clouds forming and dissolving. Each one appears briefly, then vanishes, leaving no trace. You think of how your own experiences arise and fade in much the same way. The river you crossed on your way here comes to mind, how its surface was never the same from one instant to the next. Yet it remained a river all the same. The monk notices your attention drifting outward. Your thoughts move. Like that water, he tells you, always flowing, never fixed. This is impermanence, a foundational truth of existence. Memories surface without invitation. Choices you regret. Moments that cannot be revisited. Paths you once stood before and did not take. Their weight settles in your chest. The monk continues, as if listening not to your words but to the movement beneath them. With every breath, you are shaping karma. Light spills more fully into the room, warming the space between you. Each thought, each action, each word sends effects outward, much like the morning when you disturbed the river's surface. You remember tossing a small stone into the current, watching the ripples widen until they touched the shore. Perhaps your life unfolds in a similar pattern. Music drifts faintly through the silence, then fades. Sunlight grows stronger, revealing dust motes floating between you. Lines mark the monk's face, etched by both sorrow and quiet joy. It becomes difficult to tell where one ends and the other begins. He asks what weighs most heavily on your heart. What compelled you to cross mountains in search of understanding? You pause, arranging your thoughts like objects laid carefully on the floor. Life feels arbitrary, you say at last. You try to act with care, to choose well, yet pain continues to appear. Meanwhile, others who act without kindness seem untouched, even rewarded. You cannot find fairness in this pattern. Meaning feels absent. The monk listens, nodding slowly, the way someone does when a familiar story is told again. Many have struggled with this same contradiction. He speaks of how natural it is to seek order, to want balance, to look for reason in what happens to us. When events appear chaotic or unjust, confusion takes root, rising with ease despite his years. He gestures for you to walk with him. Some insights settle more deeply when the body moves. You pass through sliding paper doors into a long corridor of polished wood. Morning light filters through high windows, casting shifting shapes that glide across the floor as you walk. Other monks move quietly through their routines, focused yet aware. The monk explains that Buddhism sees the universe as governed by laws that operate regardless of belief or understanding. Just as gravity pulls without asking permission, there are moral and spiritual laws shaping experience. The corridor opens into a small garden courtyard. Stone paths wind between carefully pruned plants, miniature trees, and deliberate arrangements of rock and sand. Everything appears simple, yet nothing feels accidental. A narrow stream runs through the center, its gentle sound steady and soothing. The most fundamental of these laws, the monk says, is karma, the principle of cause and effect. He continues along the stone path. Every action gives rise to an effect. Every cause unfolds into consequences. Nothing emerges without conditions supporting it. You have heard the word karma many times, often described as reward or punishment. You ask whether it is fate, whether lives are already written. The monk stops beside the stream and kneels, inviting you to do the same. He lifts a small pebble and drops it into a calm pool where the water widens. Ripples spread outward in perfect circles. Karma is not destiny, he explains. It is not judgment. The water responds this way not because it chooses to, but because this is its nature. Actions produce results in the same manner. No intention to reward or harm is required. He places another stone in your hand. He asks you to drop it and create square ripples instead. The request makes you smile. You release the stone. Once again, circles expand across the surface. The law governing water cannot be altered. In the same way, he says, actions carry consequences. Unlike the stone, however, you are not without choice. You decide which actions to take. This is where freedom lives. Slowly, the idea settles. Not a rigid fate dictating events, but an intricate network of causes and effects, many initiated by your own decisions. You wonder why consequences are not immediate, why kindness sometimes meets suffering, while harm appears to flourish. The monk rises and guides you further along the path. Karma does not always mature at once, he explains. Some seeds sprout quickly. Others require time, patience, and conditions to align. The web of causes stretches across moments and lifetimes, far beyond what limited perception can trace. You pass young monks, carefully tending seedlings, their hands gentle, attentive to the future shape of these fragile plants. They understand that what they do now echoes forward. Like them, the monk says, you are constantly planting seeds through deeds, words, and thoughts. Some will show results soon. Others may unfold much later. Nothing disappears. This realization shifts something within you. What once seemed random may simply be the outcome of causes too distant to recognize. He compares life to a garden where different plants mature at different times. A gardener may feel surprised by what appears each morning, yet nothing grows that was not sown. The path leads onward, toward a quiet pavilion overlooking the valley below. The pavilion rests lightly on the mountainside, wood and stone balanced, as if placed by a careful hand. From here, the land opens wide beneath you. Valleys stretch outward, layered with forests, rivers, and small clusters of homes that seem to breathe together as one body. You sit beside the monk on a plain bench. The wood smooth, from years of quiet use. From this height, he says, it becomes possible to see farther than before. Still, even this view has its limits. Beyond the visible horizon lies more land than the eye can hold. Beneath the mountain rests a depth unseen. Human understanding moves in much the same way. A breeze passes through the pavilion, carrying the scent of pine and distant rain. You draw it in slowly. Something tight within you begins to soften, a strain held for so long it had become familiar. From where you usually stand in life, the monk continues, events often appear scattered, unfair, disconnected. You witness a single fragment and mistake it for the entire design. Effects arrive without clear causes. Causes are set in motion without witnessing their outcomes. Below, birds glide through open air, adjusting effortlessly to invisible currents. They do not argue with the wind or attempt to command it. They move with an understanding of how it flows. The teachings you are hearing invite a wider view. Your life is not isolated. It unfolds within a vast field of conditions, each influencing the next. Nothing stands alone. Everything arises together. Clouds drift overhead, casting shadows that slide across the valley floor. The scene shifts constantly, without effort, a quiet reminder of change. This understanding does not erase hardship, the monk acknowledges. Pain does not vanish simply because it is understood. What changes is the way it is held. Difficulty is no longer seen as random cruelty or meaningless suffering. It becomes the natural expression of conditions unfolding, many shaped by choices made long before the present moment. A memory surfaces unbidden. A relationship that ended in quiet damage. Warnings ignored. Conversations avoided. At the time, the loss felt sudden and unjust. From this vantage point, the sequence becomes clearer. One moment leaning into the next, each choice gently shaping the outcome. The monk watches the recognition settle in you. When karma is understood, he says, you no longer stand helpless before life. You begin to see how experience is co-created. This is not a call to self-blame. Guilt tightens rather than frees. What arises instead is responsibility paired with possibility. If past choices contributed to present conditions, present choices can shape what follows. A sense of space opens around this idea. Consequence is no longer punishment. It is information. The valley grows brighter as the sun lifts higher. Sounds drift upward faintly. Bells, wind through trees, water moving over stone. You notice how nothing demands attention, yet everything is alive. The monk speaks of how understanding cause and effect invites care. When actions are known to matter, even in unseen ways, they are approached with greater tenderness. He speaks of intention. Two actions may look the same on the surface, yet differ profoundly beneath. A word spoken to wound carries a different seed than a word spoken to protect. The outer form does not tell the whole story. What moves beneath it matters. You feel this truth resonate somewhere deeper than thought. Silence settles between you without discomfort. The bench remains steady beneath your weight. You realize how often you have rushed to label experiences as good or bad, success or failure, without allowing them to fully unfold. The monk reminds you that some lessons arrive slowly, shaped over time by repeated encounters. Understanding matures the same way. He gestures toward the valley again. Fields appear green from a distance, yet closer inspection would reveal stones, uneven ground, patches of dry soil. From far away, patterns look simple. Nearer, they reveal complexity. Human judgment often stops at the surface. You think of moments you once envied others, assuming ease where you saw success. From here, such conclusions feel thin. Prosperity and suffering intertwine in ways rarely visible from the outside. Each life carries its own unseen weather. The monk speaks of patience. Seeds planted today do not demand immediate proof. Trust develops gradually, built through observation rather than belief. You are invited to watch your own life with the same attentiveness given to the garden below. Notice patterns. Notice repetition. Notice how certain actions tend to lead in familiar directions. A bell sounds faintly from within the monastery. The vibration lingers in the air before dissolving. Time seems less urgent here, not slowed, simply unforced. You feel no need to hurry toward answers. Understanding arrives in layers. The monk stands, smoothing the folds of his robe. You follow. As you walk back along the stone path, the garden appears subtly changed. Light strikes leaves at a different angle. Shadows shift. Nothing essential has moved, yet everything is new. This, too, is impermanence. He speaks again of freedom. Not freedom from consequence, but freedom within it. Choice remains alive in every moment, even now, even here. How you respond becomes part of what follows. The weight you once felt pressing down begins to redistribute, no longer crushing, simply present. The corridor welcomes you back with its quiet shine. Other monks continue their tasks, sweeping, carrying water, tending fires. Ordinary actions, performed with care. Nothing grand, nothing neglected. You sense how meaning lives not in dramatic events, but in steady attention. Before parting, the monk turns to you once more. Understanding why things happen does not require mastering every detail. It begins with seeing that nothing is wasted. No experience stands outside the flow of cause and effect. What matters is how you meet what arises. You bow instinctively, gratitude moving without words. As you step away, the teachings do not feel like instructions. They feel like an invitation to watch more closely, to act more gently, to trust the unseen continuity beneath change. The mountains remain where they are. The valley continues breathing below. Somewhere within you, a quiet alignment begins to form, not certainty, but orientation. Life may still bring difficulty. Pain may still visit, yet it no longer arrives as an intruder without context. It comes as part of a living pattern, one you are already shaping, moment by moment. And when these causes are seen clearly, you begin to understand that different seeds can be planted for what lies ahead. Everything unfolds for a reason. The monk repeats, not because of a hidden divine script, but because the universe moves according to a refined and impartial principle of cause and effect. Nothing arises by accident. Nothing is discarded without meaning. Every experience holds value if perception is deep enough to meet it. Music drifts softly as the day advances. As midday nears, the monastery bell rings out, its pure tones spreading through the mountain air. The sound seems to emerge from silence and dissolve back into it, quietly embodying the very truth you have been exploring. That bell, the monk explains, calls everyone to the midday meal. He gestures for you to follow. Sharing food mindfully is another way to touch these teachings directly, not through thought, but through lived experience. You descend stone steps toward the heart of the monastery. From gardens, workshops, and meditation halls, monks appear, moving with calm intention toward the dining hall. There is no rush, no delay, only a shared rhythm. Inside, low wooden tables are arranged in orderly rows. Each monk settles onto a cushion before a simple setting: a bowl, a cup, chopsticks wrapped neatly in cloth. You are guided to a seat near the wall, close enough to observe without interrupting the flow. When everyone is seated, a deep silence settles. Steam curls upward from the pots placed at the center of each table, yet no one reaches for food. The head monk begins a short chant, his voice joined by the others in a soft, unified tone. When it ends, your teacher leans slightly toward you and explains. The chant is an expression of gratitude for the food itself, for the earth that grew it, for the hands that harvested, transported, and prepared it, an acknowledgement of the vast network of causes and conditions that made this simple meal possible. Only after this recognition does the serving begin. Portions are modest and equal. Each bowl is filled with the same care. No one eats until all are served. Before lifting your chopsticks, the monk quietly invites you to look deeply into your bowl. Consider the seed that once rested in soil, nourished by sun and rain. Consider the farmer who tended it, the many unseen efforts that carried it here. He asks you to see the entire universe within this small portion of food. You look again. Rice, vegetables, a bit of tofu. Nothing elaborate. Yet when you trace the conditions required for this meal to exist, it becomes remarkable. Sunlight transformed into nourishment. Rain falling through intricate weather systems. Countless lives intersecting to support this moment. Now eat with awareness, the monk suggests. Feel the warmth. Notice the texture. Taste each bite fully. Chew slowly. This is mindfulness, being present with what is happening, rather than drifting elsewhere. You follow as best you can. The dining hall remains quiet, filled only with the soft sounds of eating. No voices, no distractions, just attention meeting nourishment. You are surprised by how vivid the food feels when given your full presence. Flavors seem layered. Even plain rice reveals subtle sweetness and depth when not rushed or ignored. Between bites, the monk speaks softly. This way of eating demonstrates another facet of Buddhist insight. When attention is complete, even ordinary moments reveal extraordinary richness. The present moment, fully inhabited, contains more than the mind usually notices. You compare this experience to your usual meals, often consumed quickly, attention divided between screens, thoughts, and conversations. How much has been missed by not truly being there? Many people move through life this way, the monk observes. Bodies present, minds elsewhere. Moments pass unnoticed, unreceived. Mindfulness brings awareness back to the only moment that actually exists. As the meal ends, each monk cleans their bowl with a piece of pickled vegetable, then wipes it with a cloth. Nothing remains, not a single grain is wasted. Even the water used for washing will nourish the garden later. Everything is returned to use, nothing dismissed as meaningless. As you mirror these actions, the monk explains that in mindful living, meaning is not hidden in distant achievements or past successes. It is found in the depth of attention given to what is happening now. Purpose reveals itself through presence. After the meal, most monks quietly return to their daily responsibilities. Your teacher invites you instead toward the meditation hall. The energy shifts as you enter. Unlike the lively movement of earlier, the hall is nearly empty, spacious, and calm. Meditation, the monk explains, is central to understanding these teachings, not as an idea to analyze, but as something to experience directly. You sit facing one another on cushions. Light filters through paper windows, softening the room. The scent of polished wood and faint incense lingers. Occasional bird calls drift in from outside, but the dominant feeling is stillness. The monk begins with posture. Sit upright, he says, stable yet relaxed, like a mountain that does not strain to stand. Place your hands comfortably. Lower your gaze or close your eyes. As you adjust, you notice how small changes create a balance between alertness and ease. Then he guides your attention inward. Bring awareness to the breath. Do not alter it. Simply observe its natural rhythm. Feel the air as it enters and leaves. Notice the movement in your chest and abdomen. You attempt to follow this simple instruction and quickly realize how challenging it is. Your mind leaps away almost immediately. Plans appear. Old conversations replay. Judgments arise. Images drift through. Without interruption, the monk speaks as though aware of this. Each time you notice the mind has wandered, gently return attention to the breath. That return is the practice. Every recognition of distraction strengthens mindfulness. You sit for several minutes, repeatedly losing focus and coming back. It is humbling to see how rarely attention stays where it is placed. The untrained mind, the monk explains, is like a wild elephant. Strong, energetic, but unsteady. It can cause harm without intending to. Meditation is the gradual training of this force, guiding it rather than being dragged by it. A fly buzzes nearby, instantly pulling your awareness away. The monk smiles slightly. Distraction is natural, he says. The mind is drawn to novelty and potential threat. With patience, you learn to notice these pulls without following them. You return to your breath once more. Now, subtler details emerge. The brief pause between inhale and exhale. The coolness of air entering, the warmth as it leaves. As concentration deepens, the monk explains, awareness expands beyond breath alone. You begin to notice the nature of experience itself. Sensations appear. Thoughts form. Emotions rise. Each remains briefly, then dissolves. Nothing holds still. Everything shifts. You are seeing impermanence directly, not as a concept, but as lived reality. Each breath, each sensation, behaves like a wave on the surface of a vast ocean. This observation, the monk continues, is essential to understanding why events arise as they do. When you see how one moment conditions the next within your own mind, you begin to recognize this pattern everywhere. A thought gives rise to another. A feeling shapes a response. Perhaps your entire life unfolds in the same way. Exactly, the monk says quietly. Your life follows this same natural order. Each moment exists because countless conditions have converged. Nothing appears without reason. You sit with this recognition, feeling it settle beyond words, no longer merely an idea, but something sensed and known. Your presence here, in this hall, did not occur by chance. It is the result of many choices, events, and circumstances flowing together. As you continue to sit, the monk invites you to widen awareness further. Include the body, sensations, emotions, thoughts, and eventually the surrounding space. You practice this open attention. A sound gives rise to a thought. The thought stirs an emotion. The emotion manifests as a physical sensation. All of it flows together, like streams merging into a river. This, the monk explains, is dependent origination. Everything arises through relationship. Nothing exists alone. Nothing happens without cause. Time begins to behave strangely. Minutes stretch. Long spans feel brief. This, too, is conditioned experience. Eventually, the monk gently signals the close of the session. Enough for now, he says. After stillness, the body needs movement. Let us walk in the garden and continue. You rise slowly, legs tingling as circulation returns. The transition from stillness to movement feels deliberate, almost ceremonial. Stepping outside, the garden receives you without comment. Stone paths curve gently between moss-covered rocks and carefully shaped trees. Light has shifted since morning, now warmer, fuller, touching leaves and petals in new ways. Nothing is the same as before, yet nothing feels out of place. As you walk beside the monk, he speaks of how movement completes stillness. Insight gained in silence must be carried into action. Understanding remains incomplete if it stays seated on a cushion. Each step becomes part of the teaching. You notice the ground beneath your feet, the subtle adjustments of balance, the sound of gravel responding to weight. Cause and effect reveal themselves even here. He asks you to observe how walking happens. A decision forms. Muscles respond. The foot lifts, moves forward, meets the earth. None of it occurs in isolation. Each motion depends on countless conditions working together. The body knows this without words. You begin to sense how naturally this law operates, how effortlessly it governs even the simplest acts. A breeze passes through bamboo, producing a hollow, rhythmic sound. The monk gestures toward it. Even that sound, he says, is not random. Wind, hollow stalks, open space. Remove one condition and the sound cannot arise. Life functions the same way. Events appear singular, but they are never solitary. You reach a small clearing where a single tree stands, its branches uneven, shaped by years of wind and weather. Some limbs are thick and strong. Others are thin, twisted, scarred. The monk invites you to sit on a low stone bench nearby. This tree, he explains, is not the result of one season, but many. Sun, rain, drought, storms, the quality of the soil, the direction of prevailing winds. Its present form tells the story of all that came before. Human lives are no different. What you see now is shaped by countless moments, many forgotten, some remembered, all contributing. Suffering, joy, confusion, clarity, none appear without context. When this is seen clearly, resentment begins to loosen its grip. He speaks of how people often ask why certain things happen to them, as though singled out by fate. From within the story, it can feel personal, even cruel. From a wider view, events are expressions of conditions unfolding. This does not make pain disappear, but it softens the sense of being targeted or punished. You recall moments when hardship felt uniquely yours, isolating, unfair. Sitting here, those memories shift slightly. They are still painful, but they no longer feel separate from the rest of life. They belong to a larger movement, one you are part of rather than opposed to. The monk reminds you that understanding cause and effect also brings care. When actions are known to echo forward, even small choices matter. A kind word, a restrained reaction, a moment of patience. These are not insignificant. They are seeds. He speaks of intention again, the inner movement that precedes action. Two people may perform the same deed, yet the seeds they plant differ based on what motivates them. Awareness of intention refines karma at its root. You feel how this invites honesty rather than perfection. The path continues, looping back toward the heart of the garden. You notice how your attention moves more easily now, less scattered than before. Thoughts still arise, but they feel less demanding. You can watch them without immediately following. The monk says this is not something achieved once and held forever. Clarity comes and goes, just like everything else. Practice is simply returning again and again, returning to awareness, returning to responsibility, returning to presence. You pass a small pond where the surface reflects the sky. Clouds drift across it, distorted by gentle ripples. For a moment, the reflection breaks apart, then reforms. You recognize the image without effort. Experience behaves the same way. Appearances change. The underlying process continues. He speaks of trust, not blind belief, but trust built through observation. When you see patterns repeatedly, confidence grows naturally. Fire burns. Stones sink. Actions carry results. Life teaches continuously, whether noticed or not. You ask quietly what to do when suffering feels overwhelming, when understanding seems distant. The monk pauses before answering. In those moments, he says, return to what is immediate. The breath, the body, the simple fact of being here. Understanding does not require solving everything at once. It begins by meeting what is present without turning away. He explains that resistance adds another layer of suffering. Pain is part of life. Fighting its existence creates additional tension. When pain is allowed to be felt without the story of injustice layered on top, it becomes more workable, less consuming. The garden path brings you back toward the monastery buildings. Afternoon light stretches shadows across the stones. The bell from earlier feels distant now, as though it rang in another lifetime. Time continues moving, yet your relationship to it feels altered. Before parting, the monk stops and turns toward you. Everything happens for a reason, he says once more, not as a slogan to repeat, but as a way of seeing. When this is understood, life is no longer something that happens to you alone. It is something you participate in, shape, and respond to. He reminds you that this understanding does not guarantee comfort. It offers orientation, a way to move through uncertainty with less bitterness and more curiosity. Each moment becomes both a result and a beginning. You bow in gratitude, not out of obligation, but because the gesture feels appropriate. As you walk away, the monastery continues its quiet rhythm. Monks sweep paths. Water flows through channels. Leaves fall where they will. Within you, something continues unfolding. Not a conclusion, but a shift. Experiences will still arise. Some will be pleasant, others will not. Yet they no longer feel meaningless. They arrive as part of an ongoing conversation between cause and condition, one you are now listening to more closely. The mountains remain steady. Clouds continue to move. Somewhere between breath and step, between understanding and not knowing, your journey carries on, shaped by what has come before and quietly shaping what will come next. You rise to your feet slowly, aware of stiffness lingering in your legs, yet something within your mind feels unexpectedly clear. Colors appear brighter, edges more defined. Sounds carry greater precision. Even the simple act of walking seems unfamiliar when met with full attention. Outside. Afternoon sunlight warms the stone paths. The monastery gardens unfold around you, cared for with devotion, yet never forced into rigid symmetry. They feel alive, shaped in cooperation with the mountain rather than imposed upon it. As you walk, the monk explains that these gardens quietly embody another dimension of Buddhist understanding. The gardeners do not struggle against the nature of the land or the tendencies of each plant. They study them, they listen, then they work in harmony with what is already present. You pass a pine tree growing at an odd angle from rocky soil. Its sideways lean emphasized rather than corrected through decades of careful pruning. This, the monk says, reflects the middle way, not bending reality to personal desire, not surrendering helplessly to circumstances, but engaging with conditions skillfully. The path leads you toward a small pond where lotus flowers rest on the surface. Some bloom fully, their petals wide and radiant. Others remain tightly closed. A few are just beginning to open, caught in the moment between. The lotus, the monk says, has long symbolized the Buddha's teaching. It rises from the mud, passes through murky water, and opens pristine above the surface. Awakening, too, emerges from ordinary life, not apart from difficulty, but shaped through it. You watch quietly as a dragonfly lands on a lotus leaf, its delicate weight dimpling the water and sending faint ripples outward, another reminder that nothing occurs without effect. This brings us, the monk says, to the deeper purpose of understanding that nothing happens without reason. He finds a bench overlooking the pond and invites you to sit. The afternoon light has softened into a warm glow, bathing the scene in gold. When people first encounter teachings about karma and causality, he explains, fear often arises. They worry about past actions producing inevitable future suffering. Some become rigid, trying to control every thought and movement, anxious about making mistakes. But this misses the heart of the teaching. A breeze moves across the pond, scattering light into shifting patterns. The intention is not to burden you with fear or perfectionism. It is to remind you that you participate in shaping your experience, that your responses remain within your capacity to choose. You consider this shift, karma, not as judgment, but as a law that can be understood and worked with. When difficulty arises, and it will, this understanding allows wiser responses. Instead of asking why this is happening to you or how to escape it, you can ask what this moment is teaching and how to act in a way that supports better conditions ahead. You reflect on challenges from your own life. Seen through this lens, they feel less like random misfortune and more like expressions of many intertwined causes, some beyond you, some shaped by earlier choices. The monk notices your quiet attention and emphasizes that this is not an invitation to self-blame. Blame, he says, is simply another form of grasping. What matters is recognizing your present capacity. You can plant different seeds now. Different actions give rise to different futures. A frog suddenly leaps from the pond's edge into the water, vanishing beneath the surface. Ripples spread outward until they touch every boundary. See how a small movement influences the entire pond, the monk observes. Your actions do the same, extending farther than you can immediately see. As you continue walking through the grounds, you come upon an elderly monk tending a bonsai tree. His hands are knotted and weathered, shaped by decades of work, yet they move with remarkable delicacy. He acknowledges your presence briefly, then returns his focus to the miniature pine. Your teacher pauses nearby. Brother Chen has guided this tree for over 40 years, he explains quietly. Watch how he works, not by dominating the tree, but by understanding its nature deeply. You observe as the old monk adjusts a branch slightly, securing it with nearly invisible wire. There is no haste in his movement, no frustration, only complete presence. This, your teacher says, is what the Buddha described as right action, acting with awareness, understanding causes and conditions, responding with intention rather than habit. The elderly monk steps back, examining the tree from several angles, then nods subtly, satisfied. Noticing your interest, he gestures you closer. Would you like to try? He asks, his voice unexpectedly steady. He offers you small scissors used for precise trimming, You hesitate, afraid of harming something shaped over so many years. You admit that you do not know how. The old monk smiles gently. No one does at first. We learn by trying, by erring, by beginning again. This is the way of life as well. You accept the scissors with care. He points to a small shoot emerging from the trunk, explaining that it disrupts the tree's balance and should be removed. You position the scissors carefully, aware of both monks observing. With a quiet snip, the shoot is gone. The old monk nods in approval. Clean cut. The tree will recover easily. He takes the scissors back, bows slightly, and returns to his work. As you walk on, your teacher reflects on the moment. Notice how fear of mistake almost prevented you from acting. How many moments in life have been missed for the same reason? You recall times when caution kept you from growth. Also notice how Brother Chen created conditions that allowed learning without harm, guiding without control. This, he says, is the way of wise teaching. The path begins to slope upward now, leading toward a higher viewpoint. Conversation fades as the climb demands attention. The exertion feels grounding after long periods of sitting. The body, too, carries understanding. As you ascend, the monk asks you to notice how your body adapts. Without conscious thought, you shorten your steps on steep ground, adjust balance on loose stone. You are not fighting the terrain, you are cooperating with it. The body remembers how to move with conditions. Often, the monk says, the body knows what the mind forgets. It understands flow rather than resistance. Buddhist practice helps recover this natural intelligence in all aspects of life. You reach a flat clearing, breath steadying, as the valley opens below and mountains stretch into the distance. From this height, patterns emerge that were invisible before. Rivers follow low ground. Forests cluster where soil and sunlight allow. From here, the monk says, perspective becomes possible. In the same way, the teachings offer a vantage point from which life's patterns can be seen more clearly. You notice how the monastery itself is built in harmony with the land, sheltered by the mountain, open to sunlight, close to fresh water. Nothing resists conditions. Everything aligns with them. When you understand that events arise from causes, you stop struggling against reality. Instead, you learn to work with what is present, just as these builders once did. A hawk circles overhead, gliding effortlessly on rising air. It does not fight the sky. It reads it. This, the monk says, is the freedom offered by practice. Not escape from conditions, but ease within them. The sun begins its slow descent. Shadows lengthen across the valley. Your teacher suggests returning for evening meditation and the final meal of the day. The descent requires a different awareness. Going down, the monk observes, can be as challenging as climbing. In life, he adds, success can demand as much care as struggle. Achieving goals does not guarantee peace. You reflect on this as you walk, recognizing how fulfillment often brings new complications. Attachment, even to positive outcomes, creates tension. When we cling to how things should be, instead of meeting how they are, conflict arises within us. Back at the monastery, preparations for the evening are already underway. The quiet rhythm continuing as day slowly turns toward night. As you return to the monastery grounds, the air feels cooler, touched by the approaching evening. The sounds around you soften. Footsteps become quieter. Voices, when they appear, are low and measured. Lamps begin to glow along the walkways, their warm light resting gently on stone and wood. The rhythm of the place shifts almost imperceptibly. as though the day itself is exhaling. Monks move with calm efficiency, preparing for the evening meditation and meal. Some carry baskets of vegetables. Others sweep fallen leaves from paths already clean. Nothing feels excessive. Nothing feels neglected. You sense how this balance did not arise by chance, but through long familiarity with cause and condition. The monk walks beside you without speaking for a time. Silence feels natural now, no longer something to fill. You notice how your awareness rests more easily in the present. Thoughts still appear, but they pass like clouds rather than demanding attention. The body feels used but not exhausted, alive rather than strained. As you approach the meditation hall once more, the sky deepens in color. Soft shades of amber and indigo blend above the mountain ridges. Birds settle into trees. Insects begin their evening song. The monk finally speaks, inviting you to notice how the day itself demonstrates impermanence. Morning, afternoon, evening. Each arrives, stays briefly, then fades. Inside the hall, cushions are arranged in simple order. You take your seat among the others. The atmosphere feels different from the afternoon session. Deeper, quieter. The monk reminds everyone gently to settle into posture, to allow the body to become steady and dignified once more. You adjust with less effort this time. Familiarity guiding you. Attention returns to the breath. It feels easier now to follow, as though the mind has learned something without being told. Inhale. Exhale. The day's experiences drift through awareness, not as distractions, but as echoes. Images of the garden, the bonsai, the hawk in flight. Each arises, then dissolves. The monk speaks softly about how daily life itself is the practice. Meditation does not end when you leave the cushion. It continues in how you walk, eat, speak, and listen. The clarity you touched earlier is not something separate from ordinary activity. It is revealed through it. As you sit, you begin to notice subtler layers of experience, a faint ache in the knees, the steady rhythm of breathing, the warmth of the room. Thoughts appear less solid, more like movements of energy than fixed truths. You recognize how easily the mind creates stories and how gently they can be released when seen clearly. This, the monk explains, is how understanding deepens, not through force, but through repeated observation. Again and again you see that experiences arise due to conditions. When conditions change, experiences change. Nothing needs to be added. Nothing needs to be taken away. A bell rings softly, signaling the end of meditation. The sound spreads through the hall, then fades back into silence. You rise with the others, moving slowly, aware of each motion. Evening meal follows a similar rhythm to midday, though the light is dimmer, the mood more introspective. As you eat, you notice how easily mindfulness returns. Each bite feels complete. There is no urge to hurry. The monk's earlier words echo quietly within you. Ordinary moments hold depth when fully met. Nothing is insignificant when seen clearly. After the meal, darkness settles fully over the monastery. The sky above is scattered with stars, unobstructed by city light. You step outside for a moment. Drawn by the vastness overhead, the cool air sharpens your senses. The mountains stand in quiet silhouette, unchanged and ever-changing all at once. The monk joins you, following your gaze upward. He speaks of how people often search for meaning in dramatic events, overlooking the quiet intelligence woven into everyday life. Meaning, he says, is not imposed from outside. It emerges naturally when causes and conditions are understood. You reflect on your own life again, on moments once labeled as mistakes or failures. Seen now, they appear differently. Not erased, not justified, but contextualized. Each arose from particular conditions, limited understanding, specific intentions. They were steps along a path, rather than deviations from it. This perspective brings a surprising softness. Regret loosens. Blame fades. Responsibility remains, but it feels lighter, more workable. You are not trapped by the past, nor are you disconnected from it. You stand within a continuous flow, capable of shaping what comes next. The monk speaks once more of choice, not grand, dramatic decisions, but small, repeated responses. How you speak when irritated, how you act when afraid, how you listen when uncomfortable. These moments quietly accumulate, forming patterns over time. Understanding that everything happens for a reason does not mean passively accepting harm or injustice. It means responding wisely, without adding unnecessary suffering. It means acting where action is possible, and letting go where control is not. The night deepens. Somewhere, water moves through hidden channels. Leaves rustle softly. The monastery settles into rest. You feel a sense of belonging that does not depend on staying here. It feels portable, something you can carry beyond these walls. Before parting for the night, the monk turns to you one last time. Remember, he says, the teaching is simple, but living it requires patience. You will forget. You will struggle. This is not failure. It is part of the unfolding. Each moment offers another opportunity to see clearly, to choose skillfully, to plant seeds aligned with understanding. Nothing is wasted. Not confusion, not pain, not effort. All of it participates in shaping what follows. You bow in gratitude, not as a formality, but as an expression of recognition. As you walk towards your resting place, the path is dimly lit, yet easy to follow. Your steps feel steady. The mind feels spacious. Sleep comes naturally that night. Breath slows, thoughts quiet. Somewhere beneath awareness, causes continue unfolding, conditions continue aligning. The journey does not end here. It continues, moment by moment, shaped by what has been, and quietly shaping what will come. You follow your teacher through a narrow corridor, lit by low lanterns. The light pools softly along the floor, leaving the ceiling in shadow. The room for tea is small and uncluttered, open on one side to the garden. Night has fully arrived now. The garden no longer reveals its details. Only suggestions, stone shapes, dark leaves, the faint glimmer of lantern light reflected on damp ground. Your teacher pours tea with unhurried movements. Steam rises briefly, then disappears into the cool air. He offers you a cup and you receive it with both hands. The warmth seeps into your palms, grounding you after the stillness of meditation. For a while, neither of you speaks. The silence is not empty. It feels settled, complete. You notice how different this silence feels from the restless quiet you once knew. Here, nothing presses for attention. Nothing demands explanation. At last, the monk speaks softly, as if continuing a thought already underway within you. Equanimity, he says, does not mean indifference. It does not mean becoming numb or detached from life. It means staying present without being pulled off balance. Fully feeling without being overwhelmed. Fully caring without being consumed. You let the words settle, Somewhere in the garden, water drips slowly from leaves to stone. Each sound arrives alone, then fades. Many people misunderstand this teaching, he continues. They believe that if everything happens for a reason, then nothing matters, that effort is pointless, that injustice should be tolerated. But this is not the Buddha's meaning. Understanding causes and conditions does not make you passive. It makes your actions more precise. He lifts his cup, takes a small sip, then continues. When you see clearly how suffering arises, you also see where it can be relieved. When you understand the conditions that lead to harm, compassion naturally responds. Wisdom does not turn away from the world. It meets it more skillfully. You think of the stone lanterns in the garden earlier, how their light did not banish the darkness but made a path visible. Perhaps wisdom functions in the same way, not erasing difficulty, but allowing you to move through it without fear. The monk watches you quietly, as though noticing something shift behind your eyes. Everything happens for a reason does not mean everything is justified, he says gently. It means nothing appears without context. When you understand context, you can respond with clarity rather than confusion, with care rather than reactivity. You reflect on moments when strong emotions drove your actions. Anger that spoke too quickly, fear that froze you in place, desire that promised happiness but delivered restlessness. Seen now, those moments appear less personal. They arose from conditions you did not fully see at the time. This realization brings neither pride nor shame, only understanding. Tea cools gradually in your cup. The monk sets his aside and folds his hands loosely in his lap. Equanimity is not something you achieve once and keep forever, he says. It is something you practice, lose, and rediscover again and again, just like balance when walking on uneven ground. You remember the mountain path earlier, how your body adjusted instinctively to loose stones and steep angles. Balance was never static. It was continuously responding. Life is the same, he continues. Conditions shift constantly. When you expect stability, you suffer. When you expect movement, you adapt. A faint smile appears on his face. Even this understanding will change. The night deepens. A breeze passes through the open side of the room, carrying the scent of earth and pine. You feel a quiet gratitude, not the sharp kind that demands expression, but a steady warmth that simply exists. Before you leave, the monk offers one final reflection. When difficulties arise in your life, and they will do not rush to explain them away with philosophy. First, feel them. Let the heart respond naturally. Only then bring understanding. Wisdom without compassion is incomplete. Compassion without understanding is exhausting. Together, they support one another. You bow deeply, feeling the weight of the gesture not as obligation but as sincerity. The walk back to your quarters is slow. Lanterns mark the path, each one illuminating only a short distance ahead. You realize you do not need to see the entire path at once. One step, one pool of light is enough. Inside your room, simplicity welcomes you again. A mat, a folded blanket, a small window opening toward the darkened mountains. You sit briefly before lying down, allowing the day to pass through you one last time. Images arise: the lotus pond, the bonsai tree, the hawk riding invisible currents, the bell's deep resonance, the stillness of the hall. None linger long. They come, they go. As you lie down, breath slows naturally. The body releases its remaining tension without instruction. Thoughts soften, losing their edges. Somewhere between waking and sleep, an understanding settles not as a conclusion, not as a belief but as a felt sense that life is not happening to you alone, that you are participating in an unfolding shaped by countless conditions, that within this vast web your responses matter, and that peace does not require perfect circumstances, only a clear, balanced relationship with whatever arises. Sleep arrives quietly, and even in sleep, causes continue unfolding, conditions continue shifting. The practice continues. Morning arrives without announcement. No bell, no voice, just a gradual lightening of the darkness behind your closed eyes. For a moment, there is no sense of where you are, no name attached to the body resting on the mat. Breath moves on its own, slow and even, as if it has been practicing all night. When awareness returns, it does so gently. The room is cool. The faint outline of the window holds a pale hint of dawn. Mountains remain silhouettes. Patient and unmoving, you sit up, noticing how the body feels different this morning. Not lighter exactly, more honest. Stiffness is there, but it no longer feels like an obstacle, just information. You fold the blanket, smooth the mat. Each movement is unhurried, precise without effort. Outside, the monastery is already awake in its quiet way. Footsteps pass softly along stone paths. Somewhere, water is being drawn. A bird calls once, then falls silent. You step out into the early air. It carries the scent of wet stone and pine needles. Dew clings to the edges of leaves, catching the first light. The sky shifts slowly, color emerging layer by layer, as if painted with restraint. A monk sweeps the courtyard with a wide straw broom. The sound is rhythmic, grounding. He does not look up, yet his presence feels complete, as though nothing exists for him beyond this motion, this moment. You watch for a few breaths, noticing how the act of sweeping gathers more than dust. It gathers attention. You recall the teaching from the night before, not grasping, not rejecting, simply knowing. Even sweeping can be a form of meditation when nothing is added to it. The bell rings for morning practice. Its tone travels through open space, through your chest, through the ground beneath your feet. You follow others toward the hall, moving as part of a quiet stream. Cushions are already arranged. Candles flicker faintly in the lingering dimness. You take your seat. The posture returns easily, as if the body remembers something the mind often forgets. Spine upright. Hands resting. Breath finding itself. The monk's voice arises, low and steady. This morning, he says, we sit not to cultivate anything new, but to recognize what is already present. Silence settles. Breath moves. Sensations appear. The mind begins its familiar activity, labeling, recalling, anticipating. You notice this without irritation. Thoughts drift like thin clouds, no longer blocking the sky behind them. A sensation of calm appears, then fades. A flicker of restlessness follows. Neither is pursued. Neither is resisted. They arrive according to conditions. They leave the same way. Equanimity no longer feels like an abstract idea. It feels like space. Time loosens its grip. The bell sounds again, close, now, intimate. Practice ends without abruptness. You open your eyes. The hall returning gradually. Monks stirring, stretching, standing. Afterward, you walk with your teacher along a narrow path behind the main buildings. Mist lingers between trees, softening their edges. The world feels unfinished, in the best possible way. He walks beside you in silence for some time. Then he speaks. Notice how practice does not remove experience. It changes your relationship to it. You nod, though words feel unnecessary. Most people, he continues, are not troubled by life's events as much as by their resistance to them. Pain arrives, they argue with it. Change occurs. They cling to what was. The extra suffering comes from this struggle. A fallen leaf sticks to your sandal. You pause, remove it, continue walking. The action requires no commentary. Everything happens for a reason does not mean everything should be accepted passively, he says. It means seeing clearly what is happening now, so response can arise from wisdom instead of habit. You think of times when reaction felt automatic, unavoidable. Seen now, those moments appear less solid, more conditional, more workable. They reach a small clearing where sunlight begins to filter through branches. The monk stops. Understanding conditions gives you choice, he says. Not control. Choice. He gestures toward a young sapling supported by 2 wooden stakes. Without support, it would bend too far in the wind. With too much force, it would break. Support is adjusted as the tree grows, then eventually removed. Practice is like this. You stand quietly, absorbing the image. The sapling's leaves tremble slightly in the breeze, alive, responsive. Later, during the morning meal, you eat in silence. Each movement is deliberate. Lifting the bowl, chewing, swallowing, tasting warmth, texture, simplicity. Hunger is present. Satisfaction follows. Neither is exaggerated. You notice how little is required to feel nourished when attention is complete. After the meal, monks disperse to their tasks. Some head toward the gardens, others to study, others to repair work along the outer walls. No hierarchy is visible in these movements. Each task seems equal in dignity. Your teacher invites you to join him in the library. The room smells of old paper and wood. Light enters through high windows, diffused, gentle. Scrolls and books line the walls, worn from use. He selects a thin volume, places it back without opening. Texts are useful, he says, but they point beyond themselves. Understanding comes from direct seeing. You think of how often you searched for answers in words alone, hoping for certainty. Here, certainty seems less important than clarity. Before noon, clouds gather. The light changes. The mountains draw closer, wrapped in mist. A distant roll of thunder moves through the valley. Rain begins without urgency. Soft at first, then steady. Drops strike stone, leaves, rooftops, each surface answering differently. The monastery absorbs the sound, holding it. You stand under an eave, watching water trace new paths along the ground. Conditions change, your teacher says quietly. Always? Rain does not ask permission. It does not arrive to improve or disturb. It arrives because the conditions for rain are present. You feel no need to interpret the moment. Watching is enough. As the rain continues, something settles deeper inside you. Not insight in the dramatic sense, more like alignment. A subtle trust that life unfolds lawfully, even when understanding is incomplete. That response matters more than explanation. That peace is not fragile when rooted in awareness. The bell rings again, calling monks back inside. You follow, footsteps steady on wet stone. Practice continues. Lantern light pools softly along the stone paths where a few monks still move with quiet purpose, finishing the last tasks of the evening. Tea is prepared without ceremony. Hot water meets green leaves in plain cups, nothing added, nothing concealed. You are invited to receive the cup with both hands, to feel its warmth travel into your palms, to notice the faint aroma rising with the steam, to observe the muted green-gold color before tasting. A small sip lingers longer than expected. Bitterness appears first, then something grassy and alive, then warmth spreading slowly through your throat. An ordinary act reveals layers you had never noticed before. Most lives pass like this, the monk reflects, full of richness that goes untouched. People eat without tasting, see without truly looking, listen without hearing. Their bodies move through moments their minds never arrive in. Attention stays trapped in memory or anticipation, missing the only place life actually unfolds. You recognize yourself in these words. How often you have been present in form but absent in awareness, letting moments slip by unnoticed. Mindfulness, he says, is essential for understanding why things happen as they do. Without presence, causes are planted blindly, and their results feel mysterious when they appear. Night deepens outside the open window. Stars sharpen in the mountain sky. The room grows quieter, more intimate. Before rest, the monk turns to a misunderstanding that often shadows these teachings. Many hear that everything arises from cause and effect and assume suffering must be deserved. His gaze is steady as he speaks. This interpretation causes harm. Karma is not about moral punishment or reward. It does not assign blame. It describes how conditions unfold through natural processes. Poverty, illness, loss arise from countless interwoven causes, most far beyond any single person's control. Relief moves through you as this settles. The weight of silent doubt loosens. Understanding cause and effect should soften the heart, not harden it. It should awaken compassion, not judgment. When someone suffers, the question is not what they did to deserve this, but how present conditions came to be and how new conditions might be created with care. He pours more tea into your cup. The gesture feels seamless, one movement flowing naturally into the next. Nothing stands alone. No one exists separately. Each life shapes and is shaped by others, by systems, by shared environments. Responsibility is collective as much as individual. Faces of people you know arise in your mind. Struggles you once viewed with distance now appear differently. This teaching is not meant to excuse injustice or explain away pain. It is meant to empower wiser action. Tea cools as you drink, revealing subtler notes that were hidden when it was hot. Even this small change reflects impermanence, shifting conditions, altering experience moment by moment. The monk advises you to use these teachings to increase kindness, not condemnation. To act with responsibility rather than regret, to plant seeds forward instead of replaying what cannot be changed. The monastery grows still. Wooden instruments mark the closing rhythm of the day. Tomorrow will bring further exploration, he says, but now rest is needed. He guides you to simple guest quarters, a mat on the floor, a low table, a candle, a cushion, nothing excess, nothing missing, before sleep. He suggests a gentle review of the day, not analysis, not judgment. Just noticing patterns of response and consequence, awareness without grasping. He encourages you to set an intention for how you wish to meet what comes next. Not as expectation, but as orientation. The candle is lit. Warm light holds the small room. His bow is slight, unforced. Even dreams, he reminds you, arise from causes and offer teaching. You sit quietly after he leaves. The day unfolds, again in memory. Teachings, images, moments of clarity. Impermanence, karma, mindfulness, balance. Each thread points back to the same understanding. Nothing occurs without conditions. Nothing is empty of meaning. The mind tries to gather these insights, to fix them into something solid. You notice this impulse. Even grasping is part of the lesson. The candle shortens. You lie down on the mat. Firmer than your bed at home, yet supportive in a different way. Another expectation dissolves. Darkness settles. The body relaxes. The mind continues its gentle movement. Thoughts arise about what has been learned, about how life might be lived differently, about people and places far from this mountain. Rather than following them, you watch them pass. Each thought appears, lingers briefly, fades. None require holding. Sleep approaches gradually, like a tide rather than a switch. In the space between waking and dreaming, something continues to rearrange itself quietly. Understanding moves beyond words. The final thought before sleep is simple and unforced. Everything unfolds through reason, not randomness, not cruelty. An intelligent movement shaped by countless conditions, inviting wisdom rather than resistance. Sleep arrives deeper than expected. Peaceful, untroubled. For once, you are not pushing against life. You are allowing yourself to move with it. Morning bells draw you back. Pale light filters through paper windows. For a moment, disorientation flickers. Then recognition returns. The mat. The room, the mountain air. You sit up slowly. 3 conscious breaths anchor you. An intention forms without effort to meet the day openly. A soft knock. A young monk brings warm water. Washing becomes practice. Hands, face, breath. Outside, the monastery is already alive, with quiet motion. Sweeping, tending, preparing. Each person moving as part of a whole. Your teacher greets you with a small bow. Rest came easily, you realize, more deeply than at home. A quiet mind sleeps well, he observes. Today the exploration continues, turning toward how this understanding reshapes encounters with difficulty. The morning unfolds in rhythm. Meditation, a simple meal. Shared work. Each act ordinary, each carrying depth when met with awareness. The rhythm of the monastery carries you forward without urgency. Morning meditation settles into the body like a familiar friend. Breath rises and falls. Unforced, steady. The hall holds silence, not as emptiness, but as presence. Even the faintest sounds, cloth shifting, a distant bird feel integrated rather than intrusive. When the session ends, no one rushes to stand. Stillness completes itself naturally before movement returns. Breakfast is simple. Warm porridge, pickled vegetables, tea. You eat slowly, aware of hands lifting the bowl, of heat against the lips, of the subtle satisfaction that comes not from abundance, but from attention. Working periods follow. You are given a broom and assigned a section of pathway edged with moss and fallen needles. At first, the task seems almost meaningless. The path will gather debris again tomorrow. But as you sweep, something shifts. Each stroke clears not only the stones, but the mind. The act becomes its own purpose. The monk observes quietly, meaning, he later explains, is not always found in permanence or visible results. Many causes are planted simply by showing up fully, even when outcomes fade quickly. This is how life actually works. Most efforts dissolve into time, yet each leaves subtle traces shaping what comes next. You begin to see how much frustration in your own life came from expecting finality where only continuity exists. As the day progresses, teachings surface not through lectures but through experience. A cracked bowl still holds rice. A cloud briefly shades the courtyard, cooling the air, then moves on. A novice stumbles carrying water, spills some, laughs softly, continues. Nothing is corrected harshly. Nothing is ignored. Everything is met. This atmosphere itself feels instructive. Response matters more than circumstance. Later, seated beneath a tree, the monk speaks again. Understanding that everything arises from causes does not mean predicting life perfectly. It means responding wisely when prediction fails. You cannot trace every thread, but you can choose how to meet what arrives. When difficulty appears, resistance adds weight. When ease appears, clinging tightens the hand. Balance grows when neither is grasped. He asks you to recall a recent challenge. One comes easily. A conflict unresolved, words spoken too quickly, distance left behind. Seen before as a mistake or injustice, it now appears differently. Conditions converged. Habits acted. Awareness was thin. The result followed naturally. Nothing personal. Nothing cruel. Just sequence. With this view, regret softens into understanding. From understanding, intention forms. The future is not erased, but it is no longer trapped. As the sun rises higher, shadows shorten. Work gives way to rest. You sit again in meditation, noticing how the mind resists stillness at first, then gradually releases, thoughts slow, sensations sharpen. Impermanence reveals itself not as philosophy, but as fact. A sensation in the knee appears, intensifies, fades. A memory surfaces, dissolves. Even attention itself shifts. Everything moves, nothing holds. The monk's voice returns quietly. This is how insight matures, not by force, not by belief, but by repeated seeing. When you truly see how experiences arise and pass, trust develops. You stop demanding certainty from life. You start cooperating with it. Cooperation is not surrender, it is intelligent participation. In the afternoon, clouds gather. A light rain falls, darkening stone, deepening color. You walk slowly, feeling drops on skin, listening to water gather in leaves. Drip, release. Rain alters the schedule without resistance. Some tasks pause. Others adjust. No irritation surfaces. Conditions change. Responses change with them. You recognize how rarely this happens outside these walls. Later, as evening approaches again, fatigue appears. The body feels it honestly. Instead of pushing past it, the monk encourages rest, even exhaustion. He says, Menefke recho vissa has a reason. It signals limits, invites balance. Ignoring it creates further consequences. Listening to it creates harmony. This, too, is cause and effect. As lamps are lit once more, you realize how different this second evening feels. Familiar, yet deeper. Less explanation needed. Understanding has begun to sink below words. During meditation, equanimity feels less like effort and more like space. Experiences still arise, pleasant and unpleasant, but they move through without catching. You are not detached, you are available. When the bell closes the session, gratitude arises unprompted, not for comfort or insight alone, but for difficulty as well. Without confusion, seeking would not have begun. Without discomfort, questions would not have formed. Without uncertainty, listening would not have opened. Even struggle has been part of the path. As night settles, you return to the mat. The day reviews itself quietly, without commentary. Patterns reveal themselves gently. Where attention was present, ease followed. Where it faded, tension grew. No blame, just clarity. Intention forms again, simple and flexible. To respond rather than react. To notice rather than assume. Sleep comes more quickly tonight. The body recognizes safety. The mind rests. Dreams drift lightly, impressions rearranging themselves beyond conscious effort. The teaching continues even here, shaping perception in ways unseen. Morning will come again. Conditions will shift. New causes will meet old ones. Nothing will repeat exactly, yet the underlying rhythm remains. Causes flow into effects. Effects become causes. Awareness is the point of contact where choice lives. Even as sleep deepens, this understanding stays near, not as a thought, but as a quiet alignment. Life does not need to be controlled to be meaningful. It needs to be met. Everything unfolds for a reason, not imposed from above, not assigned as reward or punishment, but arising naturally from the way things are. And within that unfolding, you are not powerless. You are participating breath by breath, step by step, learning to move with what comes. These activities do not disrupt the teaching. They are the teaching. Each movement, each ordinary task, becomes a field where presence can be practiced quietly. By mid-morning, you find yourself once more in the garden where yesterday's reflection began. The air is clear, slightly cool. Sunlight rises without haste, warming the stone bench beneath you. Nothing feels rushed. Nothing feels separate. Your teacher sits beside you, posture relaxed, gaze open. Yesterday, he says, we spoke about how all things arise from causes and conditions. Today, I want to look at how this understanding helps us meet one of the most difficult realities of being human, suffering. As he speaks, a butterfly drifts between you, wings thin as breath, briefly catching the light before moving on. Its passing feels like a living demonstration of impermanence, needing no explanation. The Buddha's teaching did not turn away from suffering, the monk continues. He did not claim that life's pain could be erased. Instead, he offered a way to change how we relate to it. That way begins by understanding why suffering appears at all. You think of your own life, of small frustrations and deep wounds, of the many strategies you have used to escape discomfort or overpower it, and how rarely those strategies brought lasting peace. Most people, the monk explains, meet suffering in three familiar ways. Some try to flee from it, numbing themselves with distraction or denial. Others fight it, tightening against reality and generating even more pain through resistance. Still others give up, collapsing into helplessness or quiet despair. As he names each response, recognition arises. You have lived each of them, sometimes within the same single experience. Buddhist wisdom points to another way. Instead of running, fighting, or collapsing, we learn to meet suffering with clear awareness. We look directly at the causes and conditions that gave rise to it. We respond with understanding rather than habit. A memory surfaces uninvited, a relationship that ended painfully years ago. You remember the cycle well, first trying to dull the hurt through constant distraction, then struggling to reverse what had already happened, and finally sinking into a heavy resignation when neither approach worked. The monk invites you to bring to mind a difficult experience of your own, as if he already knows what has appeared. Notice how suffering arose not only from the event itself, but from how you related to it. You return to that breakup. Yes, the loss itself hurt. But looking now, you see how much extra suffering came from your refusal to accept what was unfolding, from the demand that reality conform to your wishes. You remember how personal it felt, as if the universe were singling you out for punishment. Stories formed quickly about your inadequacy, about a damaged future, about what this loss supposedly said about your worth. When we understand that events unfold according to causes and conditions, the monk says softly, we stop taking hardship so personally. Painful situations do not arise to punish us. They emerge from complex processes, many of them far beyond anyone's conscious control. Seen this way, a subtle freedom appears, not freedom from pain itself, but freedom from the added suffering created by resistance, personalization, and the stories we build around experience. This understanding does not make us passive, the monk adds, noticing the shape of a question forming in you. It does not mean indifference. In fact, seeing causes and conditions clearly allows us to respond more skillfully. Energy is no longer wasted arguing with what has already happened. Instead, it can be directed towards shaping wiser conditions for what comes next. The sun has climbed higher now, warmth more noticeable on your hands and face. Even this simple sensation reflects the teaching. Conditions shift continuously, and with them, experience changes moment by moment. Let me share a story, the monk says, settling more fully onto the bench, a story that captures this way of meeting life. It is about a farmer, someone who understood the value of not judging too quickly. You lean in, aware that stories often carry understanding more gently than explanation. Long ago, the monk begins. There was a farmer who had tended his land for many years. One day, his horse ran away. When the neighbors heard, they came to express their sympathy. Such terrible luck, they said. Maybe, the farmer replied. The next morning, the horse returned, bringing with it 3 wild horses. How fortunate, the neighbors exclaimed. Maybe, the farmer answered again. The following day, the farmer's son tried to ride one of the untamed horses. He was thrown and broke his leg. Once more the neighbors came, offering condolences for this misfortune. Maybe, the farmer said. Soon after, officials arrived to conscript young men into the army. Seeing the son's injured leg, they passed him by. The neighbors returned, celebrating how well things had turned out. Maybe, said the farmer. The monk falls silent, allowing the story to settle. What does this simple tale reveal, he asks. You reflect on the farmer's response. He never rushes to label events as good or bad. He seems to understand that no moment can be fully known on its own. The monk nods. Exactly. Each event is part of a longer chain. What looks like loss may later open into benefit. What appears fortunate may carry hidden difficulty. This way of seeing challenges your own habits. How often have you immediately judged experiences without waiting to see how they might unfold? This is not fatalism, the monk clarifies. The farmer still acts when action is needed, but he does so without the heavy burden of emotional reactivity based on incomplete understanding. A concern arises in you. Does this attitude risk emotional numbness? Should not joy be celebrated and sorrow acknowledged? The monk smiles gently. Equanimity is not about suppressing feeling or becoming distant. It is about not being driven by emotions that arise from narrow interpretation. He gestures toward the garden, where monks move quietly through their work, tending plants, sweeping paths, carrying supplies. They experience joy and disappointment, satisfaction and fatigue. But they relate to these emotions with awareness, knowing that all experiences arise from conditions and will shift as conditions change. This balance feels different from your usual pattern of clinging to what you like and resisting what you do not, as if preference alone should dictate reality. When we truly understand that everything happens for a reason, the monk says, emotional balance develops on its own. Joy and sorrow still appear, but suffering is not multiplied by resistance or attachment. A small bird lands near your feet, pecks briefly at the soil, then lifts away. Its visit carries no inherent meaning, neither good nor bad, simply another moment in the unfolding flow. You ask how this understanding can be cultivated in everyday life. Through meditation and moment-to-moment awareness, the monk replies. Meditation trains the mind to observe without immediate judgment. Mindfulness brings that capacity into daily activity. He picks up a small stone, turning it slowly in his palm. When something difficult happens, pause. In that pause, ask, what conditions led to this? What happens if I resist? What response might create better conditions ahead? The practice is simple, yet you sense its depth. Even this brief pause could change the course of many situations. He also suggests reflecting on past experiences where early judgments proved incomplete, times when apparent loss led to growth or apparent success led to complication. This reflection builds trust in patience. You think of your own life, jobs that ended and opened better paths, relationships that closed and made room for deeper understanding, plans that failed and quietly redirected you. Everything does happen for a reason, the monk says again, arising from countless causes and conditions, most unseen. When this truth is known not only in thought but in experience, freedom appears, the freedom from endlessly grasping and rejecting, from adding unnecessary suffering to what already is. As midday draws nearer, the light begins to soften. Clouds gather slowly over the distant mountains, their edges blurred, suggesting rain that has not yet decided to fall. You notice your own attention drifting toward the sky, measuring change almost unconsciously. Your teacher follows your gaze. Weather is a perfect mirror for this teaching, he says. Countless conditions, temperature, pressure, wind, moisture come together to form what we simply call rain. No single force commands it. Nothing happens by accident, yet nothing is controlled by one hand. You sit with that image. Rain as an event, not chosen, not random, just the natural meeting of conditions. In your own life, how many moments have you labeled as unfair or meaningless simply because you could not see the full web behind them? The mind prefers simple explanations, heroes and villains, success and failure. Reality rarely cooperates with such neat divisions. The monk continues gently. When we do not understand causes and conditions, suffering feels personal and unjust. When we do understand, pain is still pain. But it is no longer isolating. It becomes part of a shared human pattern. Everyone is moving within forces they only partly understand. This recognition softens judgment toward yourself and toward others. A breeze moves through the garden, stirring leaves, cooling the warmth that had settled on your skin. Even comfort, you notice, changes without asking. The monk invites you to feel this directly. Sensation arises, sensation fades. Clinging begins when you demand that either one remain. Suffering grows when you insist that change should not occur. He speaks of how often people exhaust themselves, trying to control outcomes that are already set in motion. Energy spent resisting the present cannot be used to shape the future. When resistance loosens, clarity returns. From clarity, wiser action becomes possible. This is not acceptance as resignation. It is acceptance as accurate, seeing you think again of past difficulties. Moments when your strength was spent fighting reality rather than responding to it. You see now how different choices might have emerged if understanding had been present earlier. There is no regret in this reflection, only recognition. Insight arrives when it arrives. The monk suggests a simple experiment. The next time discomfort appears, physical, emotional, or mental, notice the immediate impulse, the urge to escape, to argue, to shut down. Instead of following it, pause. Name what is happening without embellishment. Pain is present. Loss is present. Uncertainty is present. See how the experience shifts when it is allowed to be what it is. He explains that much of suffering is not contained in sensation or circumstance, but in the story added afterward. The imagined future, the rewritten past, the question of why this should be happening to you. When the story loosens, the experience often becomes workable, sometimes even gentle. A few drops of rain begin to fall, darkening the stone near your feet. The scent of earth rises. No one moves to escape it. The monk smiles faintly. Conditions change, he says. We adjust. Nothing more is required. You feel the truth of this, not as an idea, but as something lived in the body. The rain remains light, almost tentative. You sense how easily irritation could arise, wet robes, altered plans. Yet here, it does not. The teaching has already taken root. When understanding is present, even inconvenience finds its place. As the conversation settles, silence returns naturally. You sit together, listening to the soft rhythm of rain, breath, distant footsteps. Nothing needs to be concluded. The teaching is not finished, only ongoing, like causes flowing into effects, like clouds forming and dissolving. It continues beyond this moment. You realize that suffering has not been framed as an enemy to defeat, nor as a burden to endure, but as a teacher, revealing where understanding is thin and where awareness can grow. This shifts something deep. Difficulty no longer feels like proof of failure. It becomes information. When the rain fades, the garden looks newly washed. Colors deepen. The air feels clearer. You stand slowly, feeling the ground beneath your feet. Conditions have changed again, and with them, you change too subtly, quietly, without effort. You walk away carrying no grand conclusion, only a steadier way of meeting what comes. Causes will continue to unfold, effects will continue to arise. And within that flow, there is space to pause, to see, to respond, with wisdom rather than habit. For now, that is enough. The monastery bell sounds again, its deep resonance spreading through stone corridors and open courtyards. At once, movement arises without haste. Morning tasks dissolve into a shared direction as monks begin walking toward the dining hall. Different activities, different hands, different moments, all concluding together as if guided by a single breath. Your teacher turns slightly toward you, inviting rather than instructing. The midday meal, he suggests, is another place to practice mindfulness, another opportunity to see directly how even the simplest act, eating, unfolds according to causes and conditions. You walk together along the stone paths. Sunlight filters through leaves overhead, casting shifting patterns on the ground. As you walk, the monk continues speaking, not as a lecture, but as a steady presence beside you. Understanding that everything happens for a reason, he says, does not mean becoming passive. It does not mean waiting helplessly for life to happen. We still act, but we act with awareness. We learn to cooperate with conditions rather than struggle against them, planting causes that are more likely to bear wholesome results. The dining hall opens quietly before you. Inside, monks are already taking their places. Their movements, familiar, unforced, precise. The room is bare of ornament. No colors to stimulate the eye, no sounds to pull attention outward. Only low tables, cushions, bowls, and the space needed for the meal itself. You take your seat. As you settle, the monk leans closer, his voice barely above a breath. Before eating, observe everything that made this food possible. Your gaze lowers to the bowl, then widens beyond it. You see sunlight warming fields, rain soaking soil, seasons turning. You sense the labor of farmers planting and harvesting, hands lifting, backs bending. You feel the unseen movements of transport, storage, preparation, systems and efforts interweaving to arrive at this moment. This bowl, this place, nothing here appeared by accident. Eating becomes slower, quieter. Taste unfolds more fully when attention rests with it. Each bite carries more than flavor, it carries connection. As the meal ends, the heat of the day begins to rise. Many monks withdraw briefly to rest. Your teacher gestures toward a covered portico nearby. Open to air, yet shaded from the sun-walking meditation, he suggests, offers another way to experience how everything unfolds through conditions. You walk side by side beneath the shelter. Your pace is unhurried, natural, allowing awareness to settle into the body. He invites you to notice the act of walking itself, the shifting of weight, the lifting of the foot, the movement forward, the gentle placement on stone. Muscles engage, balance adjusts, signals move through nerves and mind. What once felt like a single motion now reveals itself as countless processes working together. Each step depends on the one before it. Each step shapes the possibility of the next. This, he says, is how all of life moves. Every moment arises from what came before and becomes the condition for what follows. The covered walkway curves around the main meditation hall. Between evenly spaced columns, you glimpse the courtyard garden, leaves stirring slightly in the breeze. Walking at this pace, nothing is rushed, nothing is held back. Normally, the monk observes, we do not notice these layers. We experience outcomes without seeing their origins. We live inside results, unaware of the web that created them. Rain begins to fall, just as clouds had promised earlier. Drops strike the tiled roof above you, a soft, rhythmic percussion. You remain dry beneath the shelter. The timing feels exact, as if the world itself is demonstrating the lesson. We did not stop the rain, the monk says quietly. Wisdom anticipated it and created conditions that allow us to move in harmony rather than resistance. You continue walking in silence. The rain grows heavier, then softens, then fades. All conditions appear, linger, transform. The body keeps moving. Breath remains steady. Awareness widens. As the sky clears, your teacher slows and turns. There is somewhere else he wishes to take you. A monastery library, rests in a quieter corner of the grounds. The room is long and calm, light entering through high windows, softened to protect what rests inside. Shelves line the walls, filled with scrolls, manuscripts, books in many tongues. Some appear ancient, their pages worn smooth by generations of hands. A few monks sit at simple tables, reading or copying texts, their attention steady, unbroken. Your teacher selects a large, time-worn volume and places it on an empty table. When it opens, hand-brushed characters reveal themselves, accompanied by faded illustrations. Though the language is unfamiliar, the care within the pages is unmistakable. This text, the monk explains, contains the Buddha's teaching on dependent origination. It describes in detail why everything happens for a reason, how phenomena arise, persist, and cease through conditions. He finds a passage and translates slowly. When this exists, that comes to be. With the arising of this, that arises. When this does not exist, that does not come to be. With the cessation of this, that ceases. The words are simple. Their meaning expands outward without limit. This teaching, he says, applies everywhere, from galaxies forming to a single thought appearing in the mind. Nothing exists independently. Everything depends. You reflect on examples that suddenly feel obvious. A plant relying on seed, soil, water, light. A thought shaped by memory, sensation, and neural activity. A relationship sustained by countless shared moments and circumstances. This understanding reshapes how we see ourselves, the monk continues. What we call the self is not a fixed thing, but an ongoing process arising through physical, psychological, social, and environmental conditions. The idea loosens something inside you. If identity is a process rather than an object, its edges soften. Boundaries between self and world feel less rigid. When we see ourselves this way, he says, we stop taking experience so personally. Thoughts and emotions are recognized as conditioned events, not permanent truths. The library holds the silence easily. Pages turn. Light shifts. Time moves, without pressure. This is why everything happens for a reason, in its deepest sense, the monk says. Not because of fate or design, but because nothing can exist outside of conditions. He closes the book carefully. The Buddha taught this not as theory, but as a way out of suffering. Understanding how things arise frees us from clinging to what cannot last. Outside the windows, sunlight returns. Raindrops cling to leaves, catching the light like scattered jewels. Your teacher gestures toward the garden once more, where nature continues teaching without words. You walk back into the garden together, the air still holding the freshness left behind by rain. Leaves glisten. Stones darkened by water absorb the returning light. Your teacher pauses near a quiet path and begins to speak again, allowing the surroundings to carry part of the meaning. In the Buddhist tradition, he says, we often use an image called Indra's net to express interconnection. Imagine an infinite net stretching in every direction. At each crossing hangs a jewel. Each jewel reflects all the others, and within each reflection, all reflections appear again, endlessly. Nothing exists alone. Nothing can be separated from the whole. As you listen, the image settles into your awareness, not as something to analyze, but something to feel. You begin to sense how every action, however small, sends ripples outward. Your choices touch lives you may never see. the actions of others shape your own conditions in ways you rarely notice. This interdependence, the monk continues, is essential to understanding why everything happens for a reason. Your actions affect others. Their actions affect you. Social structures shape personal lives. The natural world influences societies, and societies reshape the natural world. Nothing stands apart. The path curves gently toward a small pond. Rainwater has filled it slightly beyond its usual edge. Lily pads rest on the surface, each holding clear droplets that refuse to sink. A frog remains motionless near the bank, half in water, half out, its presence sending faint ripples across the surface. Consider this pond, your teacher says softly. It exists because of specific conditions: the shape of the land, rainfall, soil, plants, insects. Balance formed through countless interactions. If one condition changes significantly, drought, pollution, the loss of a species, the entire system transforms. He kneels beside the water and gestures for you to join him. Leaning forward, you see your reflection wavering on the surface. Your face bends and shifts with every small movement of water and light. Just like this reflection, he explains, what you call yourself exists because of conditions. Body, memories, relationships, culture, language, environment. Change any one of these deeply, and the experience of self changes with it. You watch your image ripple and reform. The sense of a solid, unchanging identity begins to loosen. If the self is not a fixed thing, but a process continuously shaped by conditions, then perhaps many of the burdens you carry are unnecessary. When we truly understand dependent origination, the monk continues, we hold our identity more lightly. We stop believing every thought, every emotion. Every reaction defines who we are. They are events arising within conditions, not permanent truths. This recognition does not erase responsibility. Instead, it clarifies it. If you are shaped by conditions, you also help shape them. Your responses matter. Your attention matters. How you meet each moment contributes to what unfolds next. The garden remains quiet. A breeze passes through, lifting the surface of the pond just enough to scatter your reflection into fragments, then gather it again. You sense how naturally things change when left alone. Understanding that everything happens for a reason, your teacher says, is not meant to make life feel mechanical or cold. It is meant to soften our resistance, to help us move with what is, rather than constantly arguing with it. You stand slowly and begin walking again, allowing the teachings to settle without forcing them into conclusions. Paths wind through trees and stones placed long before you arrived. Each step follows another, neither separate nor independent. You notice how the body adjusts effortlessly to uneven ground. Ankles shift, muscles respond, balance finds itself. No instruction is needed. Conditions guide movement naturally. This is how wisdom works, the monk says quietly, not by control, but by alignment. As the afternoon light deepens, you feel a subtle change within. Not a dramatic realization, but a quiet easing. The urgency to judge experiences as good or bad begins to relax. Events no longer feel like personal messages sent by the universe, but expressions of countless interacting causes. Suffering, you see more clearly now, is not only pain itself, but the tension created when you demand that reality match your preferences. When you resist what has already arrived, or cling to what cannot remain. Understanding does not remove difficulty, but it removes isolation. You are no longer alone against the world. You are part of its movement. Your teacher stops near the center of the garden. For a moment, neither of you speaks. The silence feels complete. Everything that arises, he says at last, carries teaching within it. If you meet it with awareness, it shows you how it came to be and how you might respond wisely. The bell sounds again in the distance, calling monks toward the next activity. The sound travels through open space, touching walls, trees, water, and finally you bow slightly, not out of formality, but recognition. Something has shifted, not in thought alone, but in how you sense the world. As you turn to follow the sound, you carry with you a growing trust. Not that life will unfold according to your wishes, but that nothing unfolds without meaning, that each moment, however it appears, is shaped by conditions and shaping what comes next. And in that understanding, there is room to breathe. A dragonfly touches the tip of a reed rising from the pond. Its wings flash with color for an instant, catching the afternoon sun, then it is gone. The moment lingers in your awareness longer than its physical presence, as if it has quietly demonstrated what words have been pointing toward all along. A brief appearance shaped by countless conditions, existing just long enough to be seen, then shifting into something else. This understanding, the monk says gently, changes the way we meet suffering. When pain arises, we no longer ask why this is happening to me, as if hardship were a personal verdict or a hidden punishment. Instead, we see that this is happening because the conditions allow it. In that recognition, struggle loosens its grip. There is room for response rather than reflex, for clarity rather than resistance. You feel how different this perspective could be. Difficulty no longer needs to be interpreted as failure or injustice. Without personalization, the heart does not harden as quickly. Attention turns toward understanding what is present, what supports it, and what might be shifted with care and wisdom, where change is possible. As you rise together from the pond's edge, your teacher introduces the framework through which the Buddha articulated this insight. The Four Noble Truths, he explains, are not abstract doctrines, but a practical way of meeting human experience. They begin with acknowledging that suffering exists. They point to attachment and craving as its cause. They affirm that suffering can cease when its causes are released. And they offer a path that makes this freedom tangible in daily life. The path curves upward now, gently climbing toward a lookout above the monastery. With each step, the view widens. Rooflines, courtyards, and gardens fall into relationship with the valley beyond. Mountains, trees, open sky. From here, patterns emerge that were invisible from below. What once seemed separate now reveals itself as connected. Settling onto a stone bench, you listen as the monk speaks of the first truth. Suffering is part of being human. Bodies ache, age, fall ill, and eventually die. Minds experience fear, longing, disappointment, grief, and loneliness. None of this is abnormal. None of it is a mistake. As you reflect on your own life, memories arise naturally. Minor irritations that once felt overwhelming, losses that reshaped you. The teaching does not dismiss these experiences, nor does it dramatize them. It simply names them honestly. The Buddha, your teacher, reminds you, did not begin from denial. Just as a physician must first recognize illness before offering healing, we must acknowledge suffering clearly before understanding how it can end. A breeze moves through the trees, stirring leaves and petals. Even this gentle motion speaks of change. Nothing remains fixed. Conditions are always shifting, even when they appear stable. The second truth, the monk continues, reveals why suffering arises. It comes from tanha, the thirst that pulls us toward pleasure and pushes us away from pain. This tendency feels deeply familiar. You recognize how often discomfort has intensified, not because of events themselves, but because of the urgent wish that things be otherwise. When we fail to see that experiences arise from conditions, he explains, we take them personally. We demand that life align with our preferences. We cling to what feels good as though it could be held indefinitely. We resist what feels unpleasant as though rejection alone could erase it. From this higher vantage point, the monastery appears small, woven into a vast landscape of forests, slopes, and open space. Your own life, you realize, unfolds within systems just as vast. Causes and effects stretch far beyond what the mind can track. Preferences alone cannot govern them. The third truth offers relief. When we understand that suffering is shaped by our relationship to experience, not solely by experience itself, freedom becomes possible. If grasping binds us, release opens the hand. This runs counter to the usual search for happiness, which tries to perfect outer circumstances, relationships, achievements, possessions. Yet if distress is rooted in how we cling and resist, then peace may come not from controlling the world, but from transforming how we meet it. This insight settles quietly, without excitement, but with depth. The fourth truth describes how this understanding is lived. The Eightfold Path is not a list of rules, but a coordinated way of seeing, intending, speaking, acting, working, and cultivating the mind. Each aspect supports the others, reshaping perception and response over time. You are struck by how complete this path feels. It does not isolate meditation from ethics or wisdom from daily life. It touches understanding, motivation, communication, livelihood, effort, attention, and stability of mind. A whole reorientation rather than a single technique. When we truly see that events unfold according to causes and conditions, the monk says, right view naturally develops. We stop blaming ourselves or others unfairly. We stop waging war against reality. From this clarity, the rest of the path follows. Clouds drift across the valley, their shadows sliding over fields and trees. Sunlight, air, moisture, and temperature interact continuously, forming patterns that never stay the same. Watching them, it becomes easier to trust interdependence rather than resist it. Right view gives rise to right intention. Understanding how suffering grows from grasping and aversion, the heart inclines toward release, kindness, and non-harm. You imagine how your own intentions might soften with this awareness. Less driven by outcomes, more rooted in care regardless of results. The monk explains that wisdom forms the foundation of the path. Ethical conduct follows naturally. When you see how words and actions ripple outward, shaping conditions for yourself and others, care becomes a natural response rather than an obligation. Below, birds glide through the open air, adjusting effortlessly to unseen currents. They do not attempt to command the wind. They sense it and move with it. This image remains with you as the monk speaks of the final aspects of the path, effort, mindfulness, and concentration trainings that steady the mind, sharpen awareness, and allow responses to arise from understanding rather than habit. The sun lowers toward the mountains, light warming into deeper tones. Even this familiar cycle feels newly vivid. Nothing stays as it was. Everything participates in change. This path, your teacher concludes, grows naturally from understanding how phenomena arise and fade according to conditions. When this is seen clearly, struggle eases. Life is no longer something to fight against, but something to work within skillfully. A bell rings across the grounds, marking a transition in the day. Its sound travels through space, touching walls, trees, and open air before reaching you. Your teacher suggests returning to the meditation hall. Understanding begins with reflection, he says, as you walk, but it matures through direct experience. Thought alone cannot carry it all the way. Back inside, the atmosphere feels subtly different from the morning. Light filters through paper windows at a lower angle. You settle onto your cushion, aligning your body as before, supported by the quiet presence of others. Once everyone is seated, the monk explains that this session will explore dependent origination directly through meditation. Attention first settles on the breath, allowing the mind to stabilize. After some time, guidance shifts. Notice sensations as they arise. Pressure, where the body meets the cushion. Warmth in the hands. Observe whether these experiences remain fixed or change. See what supports them. See what happens as conditions shift. As you follow these instructions, curiosity replaces effort. A mild discomfort in your back appears. Watching closely, you discover it is not a single thing, but a series of sensations: tightness, release, movement, appearing and dissolving. The tension widens to include emotions, subtle restlessness, a hint of calm, a quiet anxiety about practicing correctly. Observed without judgment, these feelings reveal their dependence on thoughts and expectations. When attention rests in simple seeing rather than evaluation, their texture changes. Nothing is forced, nothing is suppressed. Experience unfolds, moment by moment, shaped by conditions, free to change. Awareness continues to open, not outward, but inward, like a door slowly easing on its hinges. Nothing dramatic happens. There is no moment you can point to and say, "Now it begins." It simply deepens, quietly, as if the mind has decided on its own to stop holding itself so tightly. You notice how sensations arise without asking for permission. A subtle pressure where your legs meet the cushion, a faint warmth in your palms, the coolness of air touching the tip of your nose as you inhale. Each experience appears, stays for a moment, and then shifts. None of them announce how long they intend to remain. Your teacher's voice returns, low and steady, not interrupting your experience, but resting gently beside it. He reminds you to observe without trying to improve what you find. Just notice. See how each sensation depends on something else. Contact with the cushion, circulation of blood, the angle of the spine, attention itself. As you remain still, you begin to sense how movement continues, even within apparent stillness. Muscles subtly adjusting to maintain balance. Breath flowing in and out. The body is not frozen, it is cooperating, moment by moment, with gravity, space, and time. Thoughts begin to reveal themselves in the same way. One appears quietly, perhaps a memory from earlier in the day. Another follows, softer, less defined. You realize they do not come from a single place. Each thought seems supported by layers. You cannot fully see habit, memory, language, expectation. When attention does not chase them, they dissolve on their own, like mist thinning in morning light. You start to recognize something important. There is no single you producing these experiences. Sensations arise. Thoughts arise. Feelings arise. But none of them ask for a central controller. They simply happen, because the conditions for their appearance are present. A faint restlessness moves through the body. You notice it not as a problem, but as energy. It depends on posture, on breath, on subtle anticipation. As you watch without resistance, it changes shape. Tightness becomes vibration. Vibration becomes warmth. Warmth fades into something neutral. This is not suppression. It is understanding through seeing. Your teacher's instruction echoes again, almost like a reminder you already knew. Notice what supports this experience. Notice what happens when those supports change. You shift your attention slightly, softening the breath. The restlessness responds immediately, losing intensity. Cause and effect reveal themselves not as theory, but as direct experience. Simple, undeniable. Time begins to feel different. Not slower, just less measured. Moments are no longer stacked neatly. Instead, they flow into one another, each one giving rise to the next. You stop waiting for the meditation to reach some imagined destination. Emotions come into awareness next. A faint unease, a quiet hope, perhaps a subtle pride at doing the practice correctly. You see how each emotion depends on thought. When thought relaxes, emotion shifts. When emotion shifts, the body responds. Nothing is isolated. Even the sense of observer starts to feel less solid. At times, there is just seeing, just hearing, just sensation. The idea of someone watching fades into the background. Not forcefully, but naturally, as if it was never needed in the first place. Breath continues, steady and patient. Inhalation arrives when the body requires it. Exhalation follows without instruction. You realize how much of life functions this way. Digestion, healing, heartbeat. You are not managing any of it. A quiet relief settles in. Understanding dependent origination no longer feels heavy or philosophical. It feels intimate, personal, yet not owned. You begin to sense how suffering forms in the same conditioned way. A sensation arises. A thought labels it. Resistance tightens around it. Suffering appears. When resistance is absent, the same sensation remains simply a sensation. This realization does not arrive as a grand insight. It unfolds gently, like something remembered rather than discovered. You see how often pain is made heavier by the belief that it should not be there, how struggle multiplies when experience is taken personally. The monk's voice invites you to notice this without judgment. No need to fix anything. Just see the pattern. As attention widens, sounds re-enter awareness. The faint rustle of robes, the distant call of a bird. Even sound follows the same law. It arises when conditions meet air. Vibration, hearing, and fades when they separate. Eventually, the bell sounds. Its tone spreads through the hall, full and clear, then slowly dissolves into silence. You notice how even the bell obeys dependent origination. Metal struck, vibration sustained, sound fading, nothing permanent. Your eyes open slowly. Light returns, soft and filtered. The room feels the same, yet something within you has shifted. Not dramatically, subtly, like a knot that has loosened without being untied. Monks move gently around you, standing, adjusting robes. Movement flows naturally from stillness. No clear boundary separates meditation from life. As you walk out of the hall, the teaching continues without words. Feet meeting stone. Breath matching steps. The body responding to space and gravity without effort. Your teacher walks beside you in silence. There is nothing more to explain. The understanding is not something to carry. It moves on its own, conditioned by attention, by patience, by direct seeing. Everything continues to happen for a reason. Not as fate, not as punishment, but as the natural unfolding of conditions, moment after moment, quietly inviting wisdom if you are willing to look. Your teacher's voice returns, softer now, as if it does not wish to disturb the quiet space that has formed within you. Next, he suggests, allow attention to rest on thoughts themselves. Not their meaning, not their story, simply their appearing. You begin to notice how a thought rises into awareness, lingers briefly, then fades, leaving behind a small openness before another takes its place. Some thoughts are clear and distinct. Others are faint, like echoes that never fully form. None of them stay for long. With gentle curiosity, you start to sense what gives birth to each one. A sound in the hall, a sensation in the body, a memory triggered by a word, a feeling shaping the mind's direction. Thoughts no longer feel random. They reveal themselves as responses, shaped by conditions already in motion. No thought arrives alone. Each one is supported by layers you rarely see. Habit, expectation, emotional tone, the residue of previous thoughts. When one condition shifts, the pattern changes. When attention softens, the stream loosens. Your teacher invites you to notice this without interference, not stopping thoughts, not chasing them, just witnessing their dependence. As this observation deepens, attention expands again. Awareness begins to include the knowing itself, the quiet presence that registers sensation, emotion, and thought. The monk's voice becomes even more subtle, as if pointing to something that cannot be grasped directly. Notice consciousness, he suggests, the field in which all experience appears. This feels less familiar, more spacious. You begin to sense how awareness changes with conditions as well. When the body is tired, consciousness feels heavy. When attention is steady, it feels clear. When the mind wanders, awareness contracts. When presence deepens, it opens. Even this knowing is not fixed. It responds, it shifts, it brightens and dulls, it expands and narrows, depending on breath, depending on posture, depending on effort and ease. Something loosens further. The idea of a solid observer begins to soften. There is awareness, but no clear edge to it. Experience unfolds within it without asking permission. You begin to recognize how deeply conditioned even this sense of being aware truly is. In this quiet investigation, the teaching becomes lived experience. Nothing stands alone. Nothing remains unchanged. Sensations arise and pass. Thoughts form and dissolve. Awareness itself flows, shaped by countless influences. Silence fills the hall. Each practitioner sits within their own unfolding, yet the shared stillness seems to support everyone equally. The collective presence makes sustained attention feel effortless. Time becomes less distinct. Minutes lose their shape. Experience continues without measurement. Eventually, a small bell rings. 3 clear tones. They ripple through the space, then fade. The meditation gently releases its hold. Your teacher offers final guidance as awareness returns to ordinary functioning. Let this understanding extend beyond the cushion, he suggests. When pleasant experiences arise, remember they depend on conditions. They will change when those conditions change. When difficult experiences arise, remember the same. They too are supported by causes. They too will transform. You open your eyes slowly. The meditation hall comes back into focus. Afternoon light stretches across the wooden floor. Dust motes drift lazily through the air. Robes rustle softly as others adjust their posture. There is no rush to move. As monks begin to disperse, your teacher invites you to walk with him beyond the monastery walls. The gate opens onto a forest path, descending gently into shade. Pine needles soften each step. The air carries the scent of resin and damp earth. Birds call intermittently, their songs rising and falling without pattern. Here, the teaching feels immediate, alive. The forest is less orderly than the monastery gardens, yet nothing feels chaotic. Fallen trees lie where they have landed. New life grows from decay. Fungi work silently beneath the surface. Insects and birds maintain balance without instruction. Nature does not hurry. Nature does not resist. The monk walks beside you, his presence steady. We are not separate from this, he explains. The same principles guiding this forest guide your experience. You too are a living system, responding to conditions. The path reaches a small stream swollen from recent rain. Stepping stones cross its flow. You move carefully, placing each foot with attention. Water moves swiftly around the stones, unconcerned with your crossing. Every action is like this. Your teacher observes, when you reach the other side, we meet conditions as they are, not as we wish them to be. Wisdom lies in adapting skillfully, not in demanding change. Further ahead, a fallen tree blocks the path. Instead of being removed, steps have been carved into its trunk. You climb over it slowly. The solution does not erase the obstacle. It works with it. When conditions present difficulty, the monk says, we have choices. We can fight. We can retreat, or we can respond creatively, honoring reality while moving forward. The forest grows denser. Sunlight filters through the canopy in shifting patterns. Shadows move across the ground, never settling. You notice how trees in shade stretch upward. Shaped by their circumstances, each one reflects its conditions perfectly. Human suffering, your teacher continues, often comes from refusing this process. We demand life be different. We cling to fixed ideas. We resist change. The path opens into a small clearing. A broad rock formation holds warmth from the afternoon sun. You sit together, the stone grounding and steady beneath you. The forest hums quietly around you. Let me share a story, the monk says. Sometimes stories reveal what explanation cannot. You listen. There was once a young disciple studying under a respected master. He was earnest, but impatient. He wanted progress without preparation. One day, the master asked him to prepare tea. The disciple hurried, eager to please. As he poured, the master struck his hand, causing the tea to spill. Shock and anger rose immediately. "Why would you do this?" the disciple protested. The master pointed calmly to the empty cup. Inside rested a scorpion. Had the tea been poured, it would have stung him. Sometimes harm is protection, the master explained. The story settles into the quiet between you. You sense its meaning unfolding slowly. What appears harmful may serve unseen purposes. Limited perspective cannot reveal the full web of causes. You think of your own life. Moments once labeled failure. Endings that later revealed new beginnings. Paths closed that redirected you toward growth. Birds call overhead, As evening approaches, their communication flows within a system you cannot fully understand, yet it works perfectly for them. Another reminder of perspective. The monk speaks again. We rarely see the whole picture. What feels like loss may be shelter. What feels like delay may be preparation. The sun lowers toward the mountains. Light softens. It is time to return. You walk back toward the monastery alongside your teacher. The afternoon light has softened, stretching long shadows across the path. The forest gradually thins, giving way once more to stone walls and familiar rooftops. The air feels cooler now, carrying the quiet of approaching evening. Neither of you speaks for some time. The silence does not feel empty. It feels complete, as though the teaching continues without words. Each step seems to settle something inside you, not through effort, but through allowing. As the monastery gate comes into view, your teacher finally speaks, his voice low and unhurried. You may begin to see now how understanding that everything happens according to conditions changes how we live, not by adding new beliefs, but by loosening old ones. Inside the walls, monks move calmly through their evening routines. Some prepare lamps. Others sweep fallen leaves from the courtyard. A few walk quietly toward the meditation hall. The day's rhythm continues, neither rushed nor delayed. When we do not understand causes and conditions, the monk continues. We feel constantly at odds with life. We resist what arises. We cling to what passes. This friction becomes suffering. You recognize this truth not as an idea, but as something felt. How often you have argued silently with reality. How often you have replayed moments, wishing they had unfolded differently. How exhausting that struggle has been. Understanding does not remove pain, your teacher says, but it removes the war we wage against it. You follow him into the courtyard garden. Evening light reflects softly off stone paths still damp from the earlier rain. The air smells faintly of earth and moss. Somewhere, a bell chimes once, then falls silent. Earlier today, you saw how sensations arise and pass, how thoughts appear and dissolve, how even awareness itself shifts according to conditions. This same principle applies beyond meditation. He gestures gently toward the monks moving nearby. Each of us is shaped by countless influences: training, culture, body, history, circumstance. When we forget this, we judge ourselves harshly and judge others even more so. You think of conflicts from your own life, moments when you assumed intent where there was none, when you blamed yourself or others without seeing the wider web of conditions involved. When we remember dependent origination, the monk continues, compassion arises naturally, not because we force it, but because understanding replaces blame. A lamp is lit near the meditation hall entrance. Its glow spreads slowly, pushing back the gathering dusk. Even light, you notice, obeys conditions. Your teacher pauses near the steps. Evening meditation will begin soon, but tonight there is no instruction to sit again. Instead, he invites you to remain present as the day closes. Notice how this day ends, he says, not abruptly, not all at once. Light fades gradually, sounds soften, activity slows. Nothing resists this transition. You stand quietly, watching shadows deepen across the courtyard. A bird settles into a nearby tree, feathers rustling briefly before stillness returns. This is how all things conclude, your teacher says softly, according to conditions. Not because we will them to, not because they oppose us, but because change is their nature. You sense how this understanding reframes loss. Endings no longer appear as failures, but as completions, not punishments, but transitions. When suffering arises, he continues, ask not why me. Ask instead, what conditions are present now? What response would bring less harm, more clarity, more care? This question feels practical, grounded, not philosophical, something that can be lived. The bell rings again, signaling the evening meal. Its sound moves through the air, reaches your ears, fades. Another arising, another passing. As monks begin to gather, your teacher offers one final reflection. Remember, understanding that everything happens for a reason does not mean believing life is arranged for your comfort. It means recognizing that nothing is arbitrary, nothing isolated, nothing personal in the way we usually assume. You feel the weight of that word personal soften. Experiences no longer feel like verdicts on who you are. Thoughts no longer define you so completely. Emotions no longer demand immediate obedience. Instead, everything becomes workable. As you walk toward the dining hall, the sky darkens to deep blue. The first stars begin to appear, faint at first, then clearer as conditions allow. Even they, you realize, are visible only because distance, darkness, and light align. The day has taught you nothing new, and yet everything feels different. Not because life has changed, but because you are no longer fighting how it unfolds. You rise from the sun-warmed rock, noticing how your body feels lighter after the forest walk, how your mind feels alert yet settled. Movement begins again without urgency. As you step onto the path leading back toward the monastery, your teacher speaks quietly beside you. As we walk, maintain awareness of how each step comes into being. Your intention to return, the shape and firmness of the path, the strength and balance of your body, the dimming light that subtly alters your pace. Nothing unfolds without cause. You let these words accompany your steps. Walking no longer feels like a single action, but a convergence of many influences meeting in precise coordination. Muscles contract and release. Signals travel through nerves. Balance adjusts moment by moment. Vision guides direction. All of it arises together, appearing effortless, only because the mind usually overlooks its complexity. This same principle governs all experience. Your teacher reminds you as the monastery gates draw closer. Ordinary actions and profound realizations arise in exactly the same way. Nothing is accidental. Everything depends on conditions. Evening has settled fully by the time you return inside the walls. Lanterns glow along stone paths, forming islands of warm light amid gathering darkness. Monks move quietly between buildings, finishing daily tasks with the same attentive care you observed earlier. The monastery feels neither active nor still, but balanced between the two. After dinner, your teacher says as you walk slowly across the courtyard, I want to speak about how this understanding transforms our relationship with experiences that feel meaningless or deeply unfair. The evening meal unfolds in familiar silence, gratitude expressed without words. Eating done with awareness, cleaning completed with the same care as all other actions. When the meal ends, most monks drift toward the main hall, but your teacher leads you instead to a smaller garden, set apart from the central pathways. Stone lanterns illuminate the space gently. Their light does not push back the darkness, only softens it. The night air carries a cool edge. Above you, stars begin to emerge, scattered across the clear mountain sky. Throughout history, the monk begins as you sit together on a stone bench. Human beings have struggled with suffering that seems senseless. Disasters that destroy without discrimination. Children born into hardship. Kind people meeting devastating loss, while those who cause harm appear untouched. You feel these words resonate beyond philosophy. Images from your own life and from the wider world surface naturally. Situations that challenged your faith in fairness. Moments that raised quiet, unspoken questions. Many traditions explain such experiences through divine will or destiny, your teacher continues. Buddhism does not offer that comfort. Instead, it invites us to see the immense complexity of causes and conditions shaping each event. A night bird calls somewhere beyond the garden walls. Its sound floats briefly through the darkness, then dissolves into silence. When confronted with profound suffering, Buddhist wisdom does not tell us everything happens for the best, the monk explains. It does not deny pain or demand blind acceptance. It asks us to recognize how limited our perspective is within a web of conditions too vast to fully comprehend. Earthquakes occur because of geological forces. Storms arise from atmospheric conditions. Children suffer because of social, economic, political, and historical circumstances extending far beyond any single life. The sky continues to fill with stars. Their light reaches you only after traveling unimaginable distances through time and space. You realize how fitting the image is. Causes often precede their effects by years, decades, even lifetimes. Understanding that everything happens according to conditions does not erase suffering, your teacher says, but it changes where we place our energy. We stop demanding explanations that reality cannot provide. We stop exhausting ourselves with resentment toward what cannot be undone. Instead, attention turns toward what can be influenced, what conditions can be softened, what responses might reduce harm and cultivate care. You notice how this perspective loosens something in you. The familiar question, why me, begins to lose its grip. In its place arises a quieter curiosity about what is present now and how to respond wisely. This understanding also gives rise to compassion, the monk continues. When we see that all beings act within conditions, many beyond conscious choice, judgment softens. This does not excuse harmful actions. It clarifies them. Childhood experiences, cultural messages, neurological patterns, environmental pressures, all shape behavior that appears freely chosen. Most importantly, understanding conditions empowers change. While the past cannot be altered, the future remains open to new causes. The stone lanterns glow steadily, illuminating only a small circle of ground. Beyond that circle, darkness remains. Human understanding works the same way. Your teacher observes, we do not need to illuminate everything. We need only enough light to take the next step. When facing life's deepest challenges, remember this, he says gently. Understanding does not mean surrendering responsibility. It means discerning what must be accepted and what can be shaped. Then, responding with both clarity and compassion, the main bell rings, its sound spreading through the night air. Candles flicker to life inside the meditation hall as monks gather for the final session of the day. The atmosphere feels intimate and focused, as though the darkness itself supports attention. Tonight, your teacher explains as you take your place on a cushion. We will explore how this understanding transforms our relationship with difficult emotions. Silence settles gradually. Bodies shift, then grow still. only distant night sounds remain. Begin by arriving fully. In this moment, the monk instructs softly. Notice your breath, sensations in your body, the weight of your form resting on the cushion. Evening meditation feels different. The body carries the residue of the day. The mind holds insights gathered over hours of reflection. After some time, your teacher guides you further. Bring to mind a situation that carries moderate difficulty, not overwhelming, something that still creates emotional reaction. A recent experience at work arises naturally, words of criticism that felt unjust. Even now, recalling it creates tension in your chest and shoulders. Notice what emotions are present, the monk says. Observe without correcting or explaining. You feel defensiveness, embarrassment, a trace of anger. Each expresses itself physically. Tight shoulders, warmth in the face, a knot low in the stomach. Now investigate the conditions supporting these emotions. What thoughts accompany them? What beliefs give them strength? What memories lend them weight? Thoughts of being misunderstood, beliefs about fairness, past experiences where criticism led to harm. The emotion reveals itself not as a single solid thing, but as a pattern sustained by these conditions. As this becomes clear, space opens. The feelings remain, yet they loosen. They no longer feel absolute, more like weather passing through awareness than truths defining reality. When we understand emotions as conditioned processes, your teacher continues quietly, we stop fighting them and stop being ruled by them. Candlelight flickers as a faint breeze enters the hall, shadows moving across the walls. Like emotions, the shadows exist only while conditions support them. As the evening deepens, the subtle presence of awareness settles within you. You sit still, but there is a quiet, gentle movement beneath your surface, a reminder that everything within you, as well as around you, shifts and changes even in the stillness. Your teacher's voice, soft yet steady, breaks through the silence. Emotions are like weather, he says. They come and go according to the conditions. When we see them for what they are, temporary, conditioned experiences, we are no longer swept away by them. We watch them as we would observe the changing sky. The storm will pass, and the sun will return. You let this teaching settle into your being, feeling the pulse of your own body, the ebb and flow of sensations, emotions, and thoughts. With each breath, you recognize how every experience, the warmth in your chest, the slight tightening in your throat, arises not from some isolated source, but from a vast network of conditions converging in this very moment. The monk pauses, allowing the quiet to deepen, before guiding you further. Now, bring your awareness to your body, he instructs. Notice the sensations you are feeling in your posture, how your body has responded to the environment, to the air, to your previous activities. These too are conditioned responses. You begin to feel the weight of your body where it rests on the cushion, the gentle contact with the floor, the coolness of the evening air brushing your skin. This too is impermanent. This too is the result of countless factors. The position you have taken, the time of day, the temperature, and your physical state. These conditions, so ordinary and taken for granted, all come together to create this moment of stillness. As you sit, there is a quiet realization that what you are experiencing right now, this peacefulness, this stillness, is just as conditional as the anger or sadness you might feel at other times. Just as anger arises from a specific set of conditions, so too does peace. The difference lies in your awareness of these conditions, in your ability to see them as they are and to recognize their impermanence. The monk continues to guide the practice. Now, think about a difficult emotion you may have experienced recently, he suggests. Notice how it appeared, how it felt physically, how it affected your thoughts, how it colored your experience of the world. What conditions supported that emotion? You bring to mind an argument you had a few days ago, one that stirred feelings of frustration and resentment. At first, the emotions seemed intense, consuming you entirely. But now, in the calm of meditation, you realize that the anger was not a solid, unchanging part of you. It too arose due to specific conditions, the tone of the conversation, your attachment to being right, the way your body tensed in response. Conditions create the world of our experience. Your teacher's voice reminds you, not just external events, but how we react to them, our desires, our attachments, our aversions. They all arise in specific conditions, and they all change when those conditions change. You feel the truth of these words. Your anger, which once seemed to define you, now feels like a passing cloud, fleeting, shaped by circumstances, ready to fade as the conditions shift. What remains is your awareness of it, your understanding that it is not permanent, not your true self. This is the essence of liberation, the monk continues, to see that nothing in the world, no emotion, no thought, no experience is permanent. Everything is conditioned, and everything will pass. When we understand this, we stop clinging to what arises, and we stop rejecting what we do not want. We begin to flow with life as it is. The hall is quiet now, save for the sounds of a distant owl, its call soft and deliberate in the night air. The monks sit in stillness, each absorbed in their practice, each journeying through their own internal landscapes. And here, in this space of shared silence, you feel a sense of connection, a reminder that all beings, in their unique experiences, are subject to the same conditions. You return your attention to the body, sensing once again how your posture has shifted since the beginning of the practice. Your legs, once restless, are now at ease. Your shoulders, which held tension just a few moments ago, are relaxed. You feel a deep sense of gratitude for this moment of awareness, how your body, mind, and heart have all come together, responding to the conditions of the present. This practice of understanding conditions, the monk's voice interrupts the quiet, is not just for moments of meditation. It is for every moment of life. The more we practice, the more we can carry this understanding into our daily activities. We can see that everything happens for a reason. Whether we are sitting in meditation, walking through the forest, or facing challenges at work, everything arises according to conditions, and everything will pass. There is a deep peace in this understanding. It is not resignation, not a surrender to passivity. Rather, it is a profound act of wisdom, a recognition of the natural flow of life. When you stop fighting against the conditions, when you stop demanding that things be different, you find freedom in the present moment. The monk leads you deeper into this reflection. Now, think about a time when you felt deeply hurt by someone's words or actions. Perhaps you still carry some of that pain. Notice how the pain appears, where it lives in your body, how it feels in your heart. You bring to mind a time when someone close to you, someone you trusted, betrayed you. The pain of that experience still lingers, though less intensely now. The memory stirs a tightness in your chest, a lump in your throat. You can feel the hurt, but as you observe it, you begin to notice how the sensation has shifted over time. This pain, like all pain, arises from conditions, your teacher says. It does not define you. It is not who you are. It is simply the result of particular conditions that, over time, have brought it into your awareness. And just as conditions brought it into being, so too can conditions bring it to an end. The words are gentle, but their impact is profound. You begin to realize that the hurt, the anger, the sadness that you have carried are not fixed parts of you. They are temporary, like clouds drifting across the sky of your mind. They arise and pass away, shaped by the conditions in your life, your experiences, your beliefs, your thoughts. When the conditions change, the pain will fade. This understanding is not about denying your emotions, the monk continues. It is about recognizing that they are not permanent, not inherently yours. When you hold this understanding, you no longer cling to your emotions. You no longer identify with them. You allow them to arise and pass as they will. You sit with this understanding, feeling the lightness that comes with it. The weight of past pain begins to feel less heavy, less suffocating. The space within you expands. In this space, you are free. The monk's voice returns to the present moment. This is how we transform suffering. By recognizing that everything happens for a reason, by seeing the conditions that give rise to our experiences, and by accepting that nothing is permanent, not even our emotions. The final bell rings softly, signaling the end of the evening session. You rise from your cushion, feeling the quiet reverberating within you. The practice has left you deeply aware of the interconnectedness of all things, the way each step, each breath, each experience is shaped by countless factors, and how the understanding of these factors brings peace. As you leave the hall, you carry the lessons with you, not as abstract concepts, but as a living truth. You are more present, more aware of the conditions shaping your life. And in this awareness, you find a deeper sense of freedom. The monk clarifies that this understanding is not about suppressing emotions or analyzing them in a detached manner. Instead, it allows us to fully experience emotions while acknowledging their transient, conditioned nature. We neither suppress nor indulge in them. We simply recognize them with awareness. You keep observing the emotional landscape that emerges from your recollection of the situation. As you continue observing, you notice how simply being aware of your feelings begins to change them. Tension softens, heat fades, and tightness loosens. This transformation is not forced. It happens naturally, as your awareness shifts and creates new conditions. After several more minutes of silent meditation, your teacher reminds you that this approach can be applied to all experiences, whether pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. Everything we encounter, whether external or internal, happens for reasons, shaped by specific conditions, and changes as those conditions evolve. When the small bell rings 3 times, signaling the end of the session, the hall remains quiet as practitioners shift from formal meditation to everyday awareness. A sense of collective calm fills the room, a harmony of energy brought about by the shared practice, even as each individual follows their own journey inward. The monk suggests carrying this understanding with you into your sleep. Notice how even dreams, like waking life, are influenced by conditions and offer insights when approached with mindfulness. As evening rain gently continues, your teacher leads you toward the monastery's main hall for the final meditation of your stay. The light from lanterns reflects off the wet paths, creating a dreamlike atmosphere, as if the world is illuminated in 2 ways. Tonight's practice will help integrate everything we have learned about how everything happens for a reason. The monk explains, as you walk alongside him, that we will explore how to apply this understanding beyond the monastery and into everyday life. Other monks quietly gather for evening meditation, their movements measured and purposeful. Despite the rain, there is no sign of discomfort. They make adjustments gracefully, flowing with the changing conditions. Watching them navigate these moments with such ease gives you a living example of the teachings you have received. Inside the meditation hall, the soft glow of candles creates pockets of warmth in the darkness. The atmosphere feels both serene and filled with collective intent. You take your place on a cushion, finding comfort and familiarity in your posture. Your back is straight but not rigid, hands resting in your lap, gaze gently lowered. The monk instructs, and you begin settling your awareness into the present moment. Your teacher reminds you to notice your breath, body sensations, and the points of contact with the floor and cushion. Allow yourself to simply be here, in this moment. As you follow these instructions, you notice how different this feels from your earlier attempts. You no longer struggle to concentrate. You naturally settle into the experience unfolding before you. Even wandering thoughts are seen as opportunities for practice, rather than distractions. As your awareness deepens, the monk continues, guiding you to reflect on the core teaching. Everything happens for a reason, based on causes and conditions. Nothing arises independently. Nothing exists in isolation. Nothing happens by random chance. This understanding has shifted from an intellectual concept to an experiential reality. As you have spent time in the monastery, you have seen it manifest in nature, in human interactions, and within your own body and mind. Everything arises from a specific set of conditions. Now, the monk asks you to reflect on how this understanding can be carried forward into your life after leaving the monastery. The teacher suggests that this wisdom is not a philosophical belief, but a lived experience, illuminating every moment. He invites you to consider how this teaching might affect your interactions with challenges in work, relationships, personal habits, or unexpected circumstances. Every aspect of life, no matter how complex, is shaped by a web of interrelated conditions. First, think about how the understanding of dependent origination affects how you perceive difficulties. Rather than seeing challenges as random obstacles or personal misfortunes, consider what conditions led to them and what changes in conditions might help transform them. You imagine applying this perspective to the challenges you will face upon your return. These obstacles are not fixed, independent entities, but processes that arise from specific conditions, many of which can be influenced by wise action. Next, think about how this understanding transforms your relationship with others. When someone behaves in ways that cause difficulty, rather than judging them solely by their actions, you may begin to recognize that their behavior stems from their own complex conditioning, just as your actions arise from yours. This understanding does not excuse harmful behavior, but it opens the door to seeing people in a more comprehensive light. Rather than simply reacting, you begin to see them as individuals shaped by countless factors. This naturally fosters compassion rather than judgment. Similarly, recognizing that everything happens for a reason can transform your relationship with your own thoughts and emotions. The monk suggests that when difficult states arise within you, instead of identifying them as me or mine, you may begin to see them as conditioned processes, arising from specific factors coming together. This approach allows for liberation from being controlled by emotions and thoughts. You do not suppress them. Instead, you understand their transient, conditioned nature, and, in doing so, you hold them more lightly. Lastly, the monk asks you to reflect on how this understanding influences your approach to creating positive change. Rather than relying solely on rigid willpower to force outcomes or sinking into passivity, you can work skillfully with the conditions as they exist, while introducing new conditions that are likely to bring about beneficial results. This balanced approach avoids both struggle and resignation, favoring intelligent cooperation with the natural flow of life. As the meditation deepens, you explore these ideas further, imagining how life might change when viewed through the lens of this understanding. External circumstances may not magically transform, but your relationship with them can shift profoundly. Time seems to stretch and bend during the meditation. And before long, the small bell rings 3 times, signaling the end of the session. Your teacher offers some final words of guidance as the room returns to ordinary activity. He reminds you that this understanding is always available, regardless of external conditions. The concept that everything happens for a reason, based on causes and conditions, is not something you need to believe or not believe. It is simply the nature of reality. Whether acknowledged or not, your recognition of it, or lack of recognition, does not change the reality itself, but deeply influences how you experience and navigate that reality. Carry this wisdom with you as an internal compass your teacher suggests as the meditation hall gradually empties. Let it guide you in responding to whatever conditions you encounter in life. Later, after most monks retire to their quarters, your teacher invites you for a final conversation beneath the monastery's sheltered walkway. The rain has stopped, and the night air is fresh and clear. Stars begin to emerge between scattered clouds, their distant light traveling across vast stretches of space before reaching you. As you settle on a simple wooden bench, your teacher speaks again, this time addressing some common misconceptions about the teaching, that everything happens for a reason. Understanding that all things arise from conditions does not mean falling into fatalism or resignation, he begins. Recognizing how conditions shape current reality gives us the power to create different conditions and, in turn, different realities. This clears up the misunderstanding that accepting the conditioned nature of reality leads to passive acceptance of harmful or unhelpful circumstances. Furthermore, the monk continues, understanding that suffering occurs because of causes and conditions does not imply that suffering happens for the best or serves some divine plan. It simply acknowledges that all phenomena arise from specific causes, not random chance or divine will. This clarification helps distinguish Buddhist ideas of dependent origination from religious ideas of fate or divine purpose. Your teacher goes on to explain that understanding the conditioning of others does not mean excusing harmful behavior or abandoning appropriate boundaries. Recognizing that people's actions are shaped by a complex web of influences does not mean we should tolerate mistreatment. Compassion does not lead to passivity. It enables us to respond wisely and protect ourselves and others from harm. Understanding karma, the idea that actions produce consequences, also does not mean blaming victims for their suffering. Conditions that lead to suffering extend far beyond individual actions, influenced by historical, collective, and environmental factors that are often outside of personal control. This misconception that suffering is deserved or self-inflicted can be particularly harmful. It is important to see that the causes of any situation, particularly those involving suffering, are multifaceted and cannot be reduced to simple moral judgments or personal blame. As your teacher finishes explaining these points, he looks at you, allowing the wisdom of these teachings to settle in. The stars overhead, now visible in full, continue their silent journey through the night sky. You sit in the stillness, letting the vastness of the teachings and the universe itself come together in a single moment of clarity. This quiet evening, with its reflections on how everything happens for a reason, feels like the perfect conclusion to your time in the monastery. Tomorrow, you will return to the world outside, but you now carry a deeper understanding. The conditions shaping every moment of existence are not random or arbitrary. Each event, each emotion, each encounter arises because of specific causes and conditions. And while we may not always fully grasp these conditions, we can learn to navigate life with awareness, compassion, and wisdom. The monk smiles softly as he stands up. Take this wisdom with you, but do not make it just an idea, he says. Let it be an active part of your life, guiding you in every moment. You will still face challenges, but you will see them differently. You will no longer be at the mercy of random events. Instead, you will have the tools to understand the conditions that create those events and respond in a way that brings greater harmony. With that, he leads you back toward your quarters. The night feels alive with quiet, gentle energy, and the teachings from the day seem to weave themselves into the very fabric of your being. As you prepare to sleep, your mind is calm, yet full of a profound awareness. You feel connected to everything around you, not separate, but a part of the great flow of life, shaped by conditions. Yet, with the power to shape those conditions in turn, the next morning, as you prepare to leave the monastery, you take one last look at the peaceful grounds. The trees, the stones, the lanterns all seem to hold the teachings you have received, a living embodiment of the principle that everything arises because of conditions. You bow deeply to the monks who have been your teachers, knowing that this chapter of your journey is coming to an end, but that the wisdom you have gained will remain with you, guiding you as you step into the world outside. As you walk down the path, you hold your heart open, ready to face the conditions of the world with the same awareness you cultivated during your time in the monastery. With each step, you carry with you the understanding that everything happens for a reason, and that this truth will help you navigate the complexities of life with clarity, compassion, and wisdom. And so, your journey continues, not with the belief that you have all the answers, but with the certainty that you are learning to see the world as it truly is, an intricate web of conditions, always changing and always offering new opportunities for growth, understanding, and transformation. As you leave the monastery grounds, the day unfolds before you, a reminder that the world beyond the monastery gates holds just as much wisdom, albeit in more complex and chaotic forms. You carry the lessons of the past few days with you, knowing that this awareness, this understanding of how everything happens for a reason, is not something confined to the quiet of the meditation hall, but is meant to be brought into every aspect of life. The monk's words about responding to life with wisdom and compassion echo in your mind as you prepare to face the complexities of your daily existence once more. It is clear that the monastery's teachings were not about providing simplistic answers, but about giving you the tools to approach life with a sense of grounded understanding. It is not about controlling life or forcing outcomes, but about cooperating with the ever-changing flow of existence. You walk along the path, reflecting on how this principle of dependent origination will shape your understanding of difficulties. You no longer see problems as isolated events or random obstacles, but as manifestations of conditions that came together in specific ways. Instead of reacting with frustration or helplessness, you now have the perspective to look for the root causes of challenges, and more importantly, to see that many of those conditions can be influenced by wise and skillful action. This new way of seeing does not ignore the presence of hardship or suffering. Instead, it invites you to engage with these experiences more mindfully. In the past, you might have found yourself caught up in the why me questions when faced with difficulties. Now, you begin to shift your thinking. Instead of blaming yourself or the world, you start investigating the conditions that led to the situation. You ask yourself, what factors led to this moment? How can I respond in a way that will lead to better conditions? The monk's teachings also bring a new sense of compassion for others. As you recall the discussions on karma and the way people's actions arise from their own conditioning, you feel a deep sense of empathy for those around you. You start to see people not as individuals acting arbitrarily, but as beings shaped by a multitude of influences, many of which they may not even be aware of. Instead of reacting to others' actions with judgment or frustration, you start to recognize the complexity of their situation and respond with understanding. You realize that seeing others in this way does not excuse harmful actions, but it allows you to see them in a fuller context and to respond with a sense of wisdom rather than reactive emotions. In the same way, your relationship with your own thoughts and emotions undergoes a shift. You no longer see your emotions as solid, unchanging entities that define you. Instead, you recognize them as conditioned processes, arising because of specific conditions. When anger or fear arises, you do not identify with them as mine. You simply observe them as passing states, impermanent and shaped by causes that you can influence. You begin to feel more at ease with your emotional landscape, knowing that you are not controlled by it. This understanding also extends to your physical sensations. You now realize that every sensation, whether pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral, is not a fixed entity, but something arising due to specific conditions. In moments of discomfort, instead of trying to escape or resist, you observe the sensations with awareness, understanding that they too will pass. This mindfulness of the body becomes a powerful tool, allowing you to navigate pain and discomfort with greater ease and without unnecessary struggle. The teachings about creating positive change also take root in your life. Instead of trying to force outcomes or fall into resignation, you now know that change comes from working skillfully with the present conditions. Whether it is in your work, relationships, or personal habits, you understand that transformation does not happen by fighting against what is, but by working with what is and introducing new, beneficial conditions. You begin to take more intentional action, focusing on what you can influence and releasing the need to control things beyond your reach. As you walk through the world, you begin to see the intricate web of conditions shaping everything around you. The people you meet, the experiences you have, the weather, the atmosphere, all of these things arise from specific causes and conditions. You start to feel more connected to the world around you. Not separate or isolated, but a part of the larger flow of life. This connection to the world, however, is not about passively accepting whatever comes your way. It is about responding to the world with awareness, wisdom, and compassion. Every interaction becomes an opportunity to practice this understanding. Whether it is a conversation with a friend, a difficult encounter at work, or a moment of reflection, you now see all these experiences as part of the same unfolding process. Each one has its roots and conditions that can be understood, and each one offers a chance to respond with clarity rather than confusion. You feel more grounded in your responses, less swayed by the immediate emotional pull of a situation. This shift in perspective also allows you to feel a sense of inner peace, even amidst the chaos of daily life. You no longer feel like a victim of circumstance. Instead, you feel empowered to respond to whatever comes your way, not by controlling the outcome, but by understanding the conditions and acting in harmony with them. There is a profound sense of freedom that comes with recognizing that you are not at the mercy of random events, but that you can always work with the conditions that arise to create more harmonious outcomes. Your heart feels lighter as you move through the world, no longer weighed down by frustration or resentment. You realize that the wisdom imparted to you in the monastery was not just about finding peace and stillness, but about carrying that peace into the world. The more you practice seeing everything as the result of specific conditions, the more you come to understand that peace is not something to be found outside, but something to be cultivated within. Even as you return to the bustling world outside the monastery, you feel a sense of calm, knowing that the teachings will continue to guide you. They are not confined to a particular place or time, but are integrated into your every moment. With each step you take, you are practicing the art of living skillfully, responding with wisdom, compassion, and clarity to whatever conditions arise. And in doing so, you find that the world, despite its challenges, becomes a place of greater connection, understanding, and peace. As you settle into your new rhythm, you realize that the true beauty of the teachings lies not in their simplicity, but in their profound ability to transform your relationship with reality. The world does not need to change for you to experience peace. Your awareness and understanding of it simply need to shift. With that shift, everything begins to align. Your actions, your thoughts, and your emotions all fall into harmony with the natural flow of life. This understanding, like a compass, will continue to guide you through whatever challenges the world presents, offering you the wisdom to respond with clarity, compassion, and skillful action. Finally, the teacher explains, this teaching does not ask you to eliminate your desires or preferences for positive change. It encourages you to hold them wisely, not with rigid demands. The key is to recognize the difference between wanting reality to be different and simply accepting it as it is in the present moment. The cool night air brushes against your skin, offering a gentle reminder of how every experience relies on specific conditions. In this case, the combination of temperature, moisture, and physical sensation. As you process the teachings, the monk advises you to be patient with yourself. It is easy to grasp the concept that everything happens for a reason, but applying it to every moment is a deeper challenge. This wisdom takes time to permeate every aspect of your life. The stars gradually become visible as the clouds clear, revealing the vastness of the sky above the monastery. The enormity of the universe on this clear mountain night offers yet another perspective on dependent origination. Even the celestial bodies and cosmic events follow the rules of arising, existing, and ceasing according to specific conditions. Your teacher reminds you that the goal of understanding why everything happens for a reason is not to perfectly comprehend every condition. This would be impossible given the complexity of reality. The real purpose is practical. By understanding this, you can reduce suffering and gain more wisdom in how you engage with life as it unfolds before you. This realization feels liberating. You do not need to understand every cause behind each situation. You just need enough clarity to respond with more skill, and in doing so, you will suffer less. Tomorrow, as you prepare to leave, the monk suggests that you carry with you 3 practical questions that will help you apply this wisdom in your daily life. What conditions led to this situation? What happens if I resist this reality? What response would create better conditions for the future? These questions distill the core of the teaching into a practical framework, a compass for navigating the complexities of life with greater wisdom. Your teacher bows gently, signaling the end of this teaching for now, and advises you to rest well, for tomorrow will bring new opportunities to apply these insights. As you return to your simple room for your last night at the monastery, the cumulative effect of these teachings begins to settle into your awareness. The room feels subtly different, not because anything has physically changed, but because your perception has shifted. The candlelight, the small table, the tea prepared by a kind soul. All of these objects are now seen through the lens of their impermanence and interconnectedness. They seem less solid and more like processes unfolding through various conditions. You prepare for sleep, reflecting on the wisdom shared during your stay, the teachings on dependent origination, the understanding that everything happens for specific reasons according to conditions, feel both vast and immediately practical. As sleep approaches, your awareness shifts between contemplation and the dreamlike state that comes before sleep. In this transitional space, the teachings of the monastery continue to integrate within you, beyond the conscious mind. Before drifting off, the last clear thought that arises in your mind is gratitude. Gratitude for the monks who have preserved these teachings over centuries, for the guidance you have received, and for the fortunate conditions that led you here. This gratitude, too, arises from conditions, exposure to wisdom, recognition of its value, and the human ability to appreciate. Sleep arrives with ease, deeper and more peaceful than usual. For the first time in a long while, you are not fighting against reality. Instead, you are learning to flow with it. Morning breaks, and you wake with the first light of dawn. The sound of monastery bells gently awakens you from sleep. You feel both rested and, in some subtle way, transformed not drastically, but shifted in your perspective. Today, you will return to the world outside the monastery, bringing these teachings with you into new conditions. You start with 3 conscious breaths, establishing presence before rising. Simple morning tasks like washing, dressing, and packing your few belongings become opportunities to practice mindfulness, rather than just automatic actions to check off a list. As you step outside your quarters, the monastery is already moving through its morning rhythm. Everything looks refreshed after yesterday's rain. The colors more vibrant, the air clearer, and the surfaces glistening with the remnants of moisture. But you recognize that all of these are impermanent conditions, just like everything else. As sunlight intensifies, the water on the surfaces will evaporate, and the scene will change again. Your teacher finds you after breakfast and suggests a final walk before your departure. "Let us visit the viewpoint that overlooks the valley," he proposes. "It is a fitting spot for our final conversation." The path to the viewpoint feels familiar now, your body recalling its contours from previous climbs. Yet, subtle changes are apparent. Since your last visit, new puddles formed from yesterday's rain, different birds calling from the trees, and the quality of the morning light altered. Even in a seemingly timeless place like this, nothing ever stays exactly the same. When you reach the viewpoint, you are met with a stunning view. The valley mist is beginning to lift, and the sunlight strengthens, revealing the landscape in stages, not all at once. The mountains in the distance remain partly obscured by lingering clouds, creating a scene full of depth and mystery. The transformation of the landscape mirrors the teaching you have received. Your teacher comments as you settle on a stone bench. What you see here depends entirely on specific conditions: the time of day, the weather, your physical position, and the atmospheric clarity. If any of these conditions change, your perception will shift accordingly. The valley continues to reveal itself slowly as the mist dissipates. The villages, rivers, and forests emerge from the obscurity of the mist, becoming visible as the landscape clears. This gradual unfolding of the view mirrors your own experience during these days of learning. Wisdom, like the view, becomes clearer over time, revealing more of the truth that was once hidden. As you prepare to leave the monastery and return to your daily life, the monk adds, you will face conditions much different from what you have experienced here. Some of these conditions may support your practice, while others will challenge it. This is completely normal. The teacher's words ring with the reality of the situation. You recognize that the quiet, supportive environment of the monastery is a far cry from the distractions and complexities of ordinary life. But the key is that these challenging conditions do not prevent your practice. They are actually the most important field for it. Your teacher continues, emphasizing, anyone can maintain awareness in a peaceful, quiet monastery. The true test of your practice comes when you are surrounded by difficulty, distraction, and competing demands. This is where the teachings truly come to life. This perspective shifts the way you view obstacles. Difficult circumstances are not barriers to practice. They are, in fact, essential components of it. When life becomes overwhelming, the monk suggests, return to simple awareness of your breath. This immediate experience is always available, regardless of what is happening around you. From this base of mindfulness, you can then expand to a broader awareness of how everything, including this moment, unfolds according to conditions. The simplicity of this guidance feels like a lifeline when faced with the complexities of life. In times of confusion or distraction, return to the basics, focus on your breath, the present moment, and gradually expand your awareness to see how everything fits into the larger web of causes and conditions. It is also important to remember, your teacher adds with a smile, that you do not have to perfectly maintain this understanding all the time. That expectation in itself can create unnecessary suffering. When you forget and fall into reactivity, as all practitioners do from time to time, simply recognize what is happening and return to awareness without judgment. This freedom from self-criticism feels liberating. The path to enlightenment is not about flawless execution. It is about the constant process of remembering and returning to mindfulness. Moments of forgetfulness are inevitable, but they are followed by moments of awakening. This rhythm of forgetting and remembering is an essential part of the journey. The monk then encourages you to seek out others who share an interest in these teachings. Practicing in community makes integration easier than trying to navigate it alone. Even occasional connection with fellow practitioners can significantly strengthen your understanding and support you during difficult times. As you sit on the bench, looking out over the valley, you notice birds soaring gracefully in the morning air, riding the thermals effortlessly. They neither fight against the invisible currents nor try to control them. Instead, they understand the nature of the wind and work with it skillfully. This is the very wisdom you have been exploring, to cooperate with the conditions of life rather than struggle against them. Before returning to the monastery to prepare for your departure, your teacher asks, do you have any final questions about these teachings? You reflect for a moment, wanting to make the most of this opportunity. How will I know if I am truly understanding that everything happens for a reason? Rather than just intellectually grasping the concept, you ask. The monk nods in approval, appreciating the depth of your question. A deepening understanding will be evident in several ways. You will notice that you react less to difficult circumstances. You won't fall into patterns of blame, resentment, or prolonged distress as often. Instead, you will experience greater equanimity in the face of changing conditions. He continues, you will stop desperately clinging to pleasurable experiences or avoiding unpleasant ones. You will find more creative ways of responding to challenges, seeing a wider range of possibilities beyond the usual reactions of fight, flight, or freeze. And perhaps most importantly, you will suffer less. You will still experience life's natural pains, but without adding layers of resistance, personal meaning-making, or unnecessary suffering. This final piece of wisdom resonates deeply with you. You realize that the teachings you have received have not only offered you a new way to perceive reality, but also a path to live more harmoniously with it. The ability to respond to life's conditions with more clarity, compassion, and wisdom is the true heart of these teachings. As you make your way back to the monastery, preparing to leave, there is a quiet certainty within you. You may not have mastered everything, and there will still be challenges ahead, but you now have the tools to navigate life with greater awareness and a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. The monk's final words stay with you. Everything happens for a reason, according to conditions. The more you see and understand this truth, the less you will be tossed around by life's fluctuations. You will flow more freely with reality, rather than constantly trying to force it into something it is not. As you gather your things and say your goodbyes, there is no grand epiphany or dramatic transformation, but a sense of calm certainty. You have received teachings that are not abstract or theoretical, but deeply practical, grounded in the real conditions of your life. With these lessons in mind, you step out into the world beyond the monastery, ready to face whatever conditions arise, not with resistance or fear, but with the wisdom to engage them skillfully, knowing that everything in its own time unfolds as it should. His response offers practical benchmarks for assessing your progress, guiding you without creating extra pressure. The signs of deeper understanding arise naturally as you progress, rather than being the result of forced effort. As you take in his words, you ask one more question. What should I do if I find myself in circumstances where applying these teachings seems impossible? What if the conditions become overwhelmingly difficult? Your teacher smiles softly and responds, in those particularly challenging moments, simplify your practice. Do not aim for perfect equanimity or complete understanding. Just maintain a basic awareness of the situation. Acknowledge that things are difficult, and your capacity to practice may be limited in that moment. That is all. Simply noticing without judgment is enough. This approach feels powerful, recognizing that even the inability to practice extensively arises from specific conditions. This reminder makes the teachings feel incredibly practical. They are not about achieving ideals in the best possible conditions. They are a foundation that remains accessible, even in the most trying times. Life won't always offer ideal circumstances, but these teachings are not meant to be confined to those moments of ease and tranquility. They remain helpful during the storms as well. The monk rises from the bench, signaling that it is time to descend. The path downward offers a fresh perspective. The monastery, nestled among the mountain contours, becomes more apparent. From this vantage point, you see how the buildings, the gardens, and the pathways have all been carefully integrated into the natural landscape. The community has adapted to the mountain, rather than trying to fight against it. Water flows naturally through the area, channels crafted to capture the natural movement, rather than forcing artificial systems. Your teacher observes as your gaze shifts, noting the harmony around you. Over the centuries, the practitioners here have built the monastery in partnership with the land. working with the conditions rather than against them. This has led to a balanced and sustainable way of life, where nature and human creation exist in harmonious cooperation. The result is not a constant battle, but a peaceful rhythm, much like the teachings you are learning now. As you gather your belongings and prepare to leave, other monks appear to offer their farewells. There are no grand speeches or elaborate gestures, just simple, heartfelt goodbyes. Some nod with a serene smile, others whisper words of encouragement, but all share a quiet sense of connection. The brief time you have spent here has fostered a deep bond with this community, not because of conventional ties, but through shared practice and mutual understanding. Your teacher accompanies you to the monastery gate, where the path leading down into the valley begins. The morning has fully unfolded. Sunlight bathes the landscape. Birds sing joyfully in the trees, and a light breeze carries the scent of pine and distant flowers. It is a peaceful moment, one that feels both comforting and significant. As you stand at the gate, your teacher offers final words of wisdom. Remember, these teachings are not separate from ordinary life. They reveal its true nature. Everything you encounter, whether the mundane tasks of daily life or profound challenges, happens according to specific causes and conditions. Each moment offers an opportunity for wisdom, for deepening your understanding. Your teacher places something in your hand, a simple bracelet made of wooden beads, similar to those worn by many monks. It is not elaborate or precious in the usual sense, but it carries a special significance. The bracelet will serve as a reminder to be mindful of the teachings in everyday life. Whenever you notice it, take a conscious breath, and remember that everything in that moment, including your awareness, happens for reasons according to conditions. The simplicity of this gift feels both humble and powerful. It is a practical tool for carrying the wisdom of the monastery back into the complexities of your life. You feel a surge of gratitude as you thank your teacher. A sense of sadness accompanies the gratitude as you prepare to leave. These teachings have changed how I see everything, you say. Your teacher responds with a gentle smile. The teachings were always present in reality. We have simply pointed to what was always there, but perhaps not fully recognized. The true teacher is your own direct experience. When you approach it with awareness, with a final bow, your teacher releases you to continue your journey. As you begin to descend the mountain path, you glance back and see him still standing at the gate, a serene figure amidst the monastery's timeless rhythm. The path down offers its own opportunities for practice. Each step requires attention to current conditions, the steepness of the terrain, loose stones, muddy sections from the rain. You notice how your body instinctively adjusts to the changing conditions. Your movements, once driven by expectations and questions, are now guided by awareness of the present moment. The terrain is still uneven, but instead of struggling against it, your body moves in response to it. The mental and physical adaptation feels like a direct manifestation of what you have been learning. Everything happens for a reason, according to conditions. About halfway down, you pause beside a small stream. The water flows naturally, its movements guided by the terrain it encounters. It quickens where the slope steepens, forms pools where depressions exist, ripples when encountering rocks, and flows smoothly where the stream is even. There is no resistance, no complaint, no struggle, just perfect adaptation to what is. The water moves with the flow of conditions, perfectly responsive to the forces acting upon it. You watch the droplets of water catch the sunlight as they splash over the stones. This simple observation brings you back to the core of the teaching. Everything is interconnected and governed by conditions. From the smallest droplets of water to the largest cosmic events, Everything arises and ceases due to specific causes. You remind yourself of the truth of dependent origination, recognizing it in this moment of clarity. Continuing your descent, you begin to notice subtle signs of human habitation. In the distance, terrace fields stretch across the valley, and occasional glimpses of valley roads appear. The sound of a vehicle hums faintly from below. The contrast between the simple life at the monastery and the complexities of human civilization becomes more apparent with every step toward the village. Yet, rather than feeling overwhelmed or anxious, you find yourself reflecting on the opportunity to apply what you have learned in these more complex circumstances. The monastery provided an ideal environment for recognizing the teachings in a focused way. The simplicity, the quiet, the natural surroundings, all of these made it easier to see clearly. But now, as you approach ordinary life, you begin to appreciate how these teachings can be applied to everyday challenges. The true value of the practice lies not in the comfort of solitude, but in how well you can integrate the wisdom of the teachings into the distractions, demands, and complexities of the world outside. By midday, you reach the small village where your journey began. It feels familiar, yet different, physically unchanged, but perceived through the lens of your new understanding. The busyness of the village square, the sounds of merchants selling goods, children playing, and elders chatting on benches seem alive with the natural flow of life. Each interaction, each action happens for reasons according to conditions. People continue their daily routines, unaware of the deeper forces at play. But rather than feeling detached or judgmental, you experience a sense of compassion, recognizing that your own understanding is still in process, still unfolding. As you sit at a small tea shop overlooking the square, you take in the scene with a new perspective. The Buddhist teachings are present in all of it, whether or not people acknowledge them. Just as gravity operates, regardless of our understanding of physics, reality continues to unfold based on causes and conditions. Sipping your tea, you notice its complex flavor profile, bitter, sweet, astringent, earthy notes, blending into a single experience. The tea, like everything else, is dependent on countless conditions, from the soil it was grown in to the temperature of the water used to brew it. Even this simple pleasure, when observed with mindfulness, demonstrates the core of dependent origination. Your transportation arrives, signaling the final transition from retreat back to ordinary life. As you board, you silently reaffirm your intention to carry these teachings forward, not as abstract philosophy, but as lived wisdom. This understanding of dependent origination is no longer just an intellectual concept, but something that is beginning to shape the way you see and experience everything. The vehicle starts moving, and the monastery mountains gradually fade from view. Yet something intangible remains with you. It is not just a memory of the place or a collection of teachings, but a fundamental shift in how you perceive the world. Everything happens for a reason according to conditions, and this understanding now permeates your entire experience. The world you return to is still filled with complexity, but you find that you no longer need to fight against it. The transition from the simplicity of the monastery to the busyness of urban life highlights the difference between ideal conditions and real-life challenges. Traffic, advertisements, people rushing through their lives, technological distractions. They all seem like parts of a complex system, each arising from specific causes. Rather than feeling overwhelmed, you observe this complexity with new awareness. Each element of this environment exists for a reason, driven by its own set of conditions. The traffic patterns are shaped by collective transportation needs. The advertisements reflect larger economic systems, and the psychological conditioning of society. People's hurried movements arise from cultural programming about productivity and time. As you move through this environment, you notice judgments arising within your self-thoughts about the unnecessary complexity, misplaced priorities, and how disconnected everything seems. But instead of identifying with these judgments, you simply observe them as they arise, without attachment. They are just another set of conditioned phenomena, emerging in contrast to the peaceful simplicity of the monastery. This awareness, this ability to step back and observe without getting caught in reactivity, is itself a powerful demonstration of the teachings in action. As your journey continues, the landscape begins to change. The fields and villages gradually give way to busier roads, then to urban environments. You see the contrast between the slow, natural rhythms of rural life and the frantic pace of modern cities. Yet, in each environment, you can trace the same underlying principles at work. Everything happens for a reason. Arising from specific conditions, even the urban chaos is part of the unfolding reality, a result of countless interconnected factors. You pass through areas showing the effects of human activity, ecological damage, overdevelopment, the consequences of ignorance and greed. The recognition of this brings a certain sadness, but also clarity. The clarity is not just about recognizing the harm, but about seeing how different conditions, different actions, different choices could lead to more beneficial outcomes. This realization deepens your understanding of how interconnected everything is, how small changes can ripple through the world. As you near the final stretch of your journey, familiar surroundings begin to appear. The village square, the roads leading out of town, the noise of city life all signal your return to ordinary existence. But as you mentally review the teachings, you notice that you are not returning to the same life you left behind. Your awareness has shifted. You are no longer simply reacting to events, but observing them, understanding them in a new light. Everything that happens, from the largest global events to the smallest personal moments, occurs according to conditions. The teachings you have learned are not confined to a specific place or time. They are principles that govern all aspects of life. You remind yourself again, everything, absolutely everything, happens for specific reasons according to conditions. This understanding, once glimpsed, continues to transform how you relate to the world and how you approach life's complexities. Suffering primarily arises from resistance to reality as it is, rather than from the circumstances themselves. The key insight is that much of our suffering comes not from the challenges we face, but from our attempts to control, change, or reject what is happening. When we resist the natural flow of events or the conditions that exist, we compound our suffering. Understanding dependent origination, how everything arises from specific conditions, frees us from this resistance. It gives us the wisdom to work skillfully with the conditions at hand, rather than trying to force them to be something they are not. This understanding naturally fosters compassion. When we realize that all beings' actions arise from their conditioning, we see that they, too, are subject to the same laws of cause and effect. They are not separate from us in their struggles. They are part of the same process of arising and passing away. When we can truly recognize this, our judgments become softer and our reactions become more understanding. The path of practice, then, involves both acceptance and action. We learn to accept what cannot be changed and work with the conditions we have, while also creating beneficial conditions where transformation is possible. The journey of understanding dependent origination is not about forcing a particular outcome or striving for an ideal state, but about learning to move skillfully with what arises. Your transportation arrives at your destination, And as you step back into familiar territory, your home, your neighborhood, you notice the surroundings differently. What once seemed like ordinary, predictable scenery now carries a new significance. The same familiar streets, the same houses, but you now perceive them with a fresh awareness. The objects that were once taken for granted as fixed entities now appear more clearly as processes, subject to the same conditions that give rise to every other thing in existence. You find yourself reflecting on how each possession, each object in your living space represents countless conditions coming together temporarily. From the raw materials to the manufacturing processes, from economic systems to personal preferences, each item has emerged due to a vast web of interconnected causes and effects. You place the simple wooden bracelet you received at the monastery on a small shelf where you can see it every day. It is a humble item, not precious by conventional standards, but deeply meaningful as it serves as a reminder of the wisdom you gained. With this new understanding, even the smallest moments, the most ordinary activities, become opportunities for reflection. You take 3 conscious breaths, acknowledging this transition back to your ordinary life, but with extraordinary awareness. This return is not an end, but a beginning. The beginning of integrating these teachings into the complexity of daily life. In the monastery, everything felt simplified, clear, and focused. But now you are entering a world full of distractions, pressures, and complexities. And yet that is precisely where the teachings of dependent origination have the most to offer. In everyday life, everything is in constant flux. The real practice happens not in perfect, controlled conditions, but in the messiness of life itself, the chaos, the distractions, the challenges. These are the very conditions that make the teachings real and applicable. It is easy to apply wisdom in a peaceful, quiet environment where external conditions are supportive. But the true test comes when faced with life's difficulties, distractions, and complications. 3 months have passed since your stay at the monastery. While ordinary life has resumed its rhythm, you notice subtle shifts in your perspective. You may not be constantly reflecting on dependent origination, but its influence is felt in moments of clarity. When you find yourself in a stressful situation, you recognize the opportunity to respond with wisdom rather than reacting automatically with frustration. When challenges arise, there is an underlying understanding that nothing is truly random or without reason. There is an awareness of the conditions that led to this moment, and a sense of possibility in how you can respond skillfully to shape future conditions. One evening, as you wash the dishes, something shifts in your awareness. What was once a mundane task, washing, scrubbing, rinsing, suddenly becomes extraordinarily vivid. The warm water, the soap, the repetitive movement, all come alive in a new way. You begin to notice how everything involved in this task exists through specific conditions. The water is heated by a system depending on energy sources. The dishes are dirty from food that was grown, harvested, and distributed through a complex network of agricultural and economic processes. Your very presence at the sink is the result of countless decisions and circumstances, stretching back through time, converging in this ordinary moment. The simple act of washing dishes transforms into a moment of direct experience of the teachings. You do not need to intellectualize it. You simply recognize the interconnectedness of all things. You do not just understand that everything happens for a reason. You experience it. The conditions that led to the creation of this moment are felt in every aspect of your sensory experience. The wooden bracelet from the monastery rests on your wrist. It is a physical reminder, but in this moment, you do not need its reminder. The awareness is already present, naturally integrated into your experience. You do not need to force it. It arises naturally when you simply stop and notice the conditions that are shaping your experience. But life does not always unfold in calm, contemplative moments. Later that week, an unexpected challenge arises at work. A project you have been working on for months fails, despite careful planning. This failure creates professional consequences, and your initial reaction is one of frustration, self-criticism, and blame. You feel overwhelmed by the situation, but as you pause and reflect, a new awareness begins to emerge. You recall your teacher's guidance. What conditions led to this situation? You begin investigating with curiosity rather than judgment, recognizing that there were factors beyond anyone's control: timing, external events, miscommunications, and the unpredictable nature of any project. You realize that resisting the reality of the situation only adds to your suffering. What would happen if you continue to fight against what has already occurred? The answer is clear. The frustration and the stress would only compound, and the situation would remain unchanged. Instead, you ask yourself, what response would create more positive conditions moving forward? You shift your focus from dwelling on the failure to considering the skillful next steps you can take, given the current circumstances. This approach does not magically solve the problem. It does not erase the disappointment or fix the situation immediately, but it transforms your relationship with it. By shifting your perspective, you create space for wisdom and thoughtful action rather than reacting out of frustration or fear. You recognize that failure is not a personal attack or a punishment. It is simply a condition that arose due to specific causes, and it can be met with awareness and skillful action. The following weekend, you find yourself walking through a local park. Nature offers a perfect demonstration of dependent origination. The trees grow according to the conditions of available light, soil, and moisture. Birds build nests with whatever materials are available to them. Weather patterns shift through complex atmospheric conditions that result in rain, wind, or sunshine. Everything is connected, everything happens according to specific causes, and nothing exists in isolation. This profound simplicity is evident in nature's cycles, where nothing is random and everything has a reason behind its manifestation. Sitting on a park bench, you reflect on what your teacher had shared about enlightenment. It is not some far-off, elusive state of bliss or transcendence, but a clear recognition of reality as it actually is, free from the distortions of ignorance, attachment, and aversion. These moments of clear seeing, though brief, offer glimpses into this deeper realization. You realize that every aspect of life, whether mundane or extraordinary, is interconnected, unfolding due to causes and conditions. Closing your eyes for a moment, you focus on your breath, returning to the simplicity of the present moment. 3 conscious breaths bring you back to awareness. When you open your eyes, the world around you appears simultaneously ordinary and extraordinary. What were once solid, fixed objects are now understood as events unfolding according to specific conditions. The bench, the trees, the birds, all are manifestations of countless processes coming together in a specific moment. This perspective brings ease and clarity. You no longer feel the urge to control, judge, or fix what arises. Instead, you see everything as part of a larger, interconnected web of existence. You let go of the need to manipulate or impose your will upon it. There is a deep peace in recognizing the natural unfolding of life, and in that peace, you feel liberated. Later that evening, as you prepare for sleep, you reflect on the integration of this wisdom into your daily life. You recognize that progress in understanding is not linear. Some days are filled with clarity, while others are marked by forgetfulness and reactivity. Yet, even in those moments of forgetting, you realize that there is still an opportunity for practice. When you become aware of your reactivity, you can gently return to the teachings with compassion, rather than harsh self-judgment. As sleep approaches, you feel gratitude for the teachings that have revealed themselves in such a practical way. The understanding that everything happens for a reason, according to conditions, has become not just an abstract philosophy, but a way of living. This wisdom is woven into your experiences, from the most mundane to the most profound, and it continues to shape the way you meet life's challenges. As you drift off to sleep, you remember the monastery once again, the peaceful setting, the simplicity of the teachings, and the sense of community. You feel grateful for the opportunity to have been there, and for the deepening of your understanding that continues to unfold in your life. You recognize that even this transition from wakefulness to sleep happens according to specific conditions: physical fatigue, quieting of thoughts, the stillness of the environment, all coming together to create the experience of rest. Everything happens for a reason. According to conditions, you breathe deeply, allowing the simple fact to permeate your being. Even in sleep, this understanding continues to work within you, offering its transformative wisdom in subtle, silent ways. In the quiet of your rest, you may not be consciously reflecting on these teachings, but they continue to guide your experience, working in the background of your mind and heart. As your body and consciousness follow the ancient rhythms of rest and renewal, you are reminded once again that everything, every moment, every experience unfolds according to the conditions that bring it into being. This understanding, whether awake or asleep, is always available to you. It is the lens through which you see the world, and it offers its transformative wisdom to all aspects of your experience. The simple recognition that everything happens for a reason according to conditions changes how you relate to life. It frees you from unnecessary suffering and brings a sense of peace, compassion, and wisdom that permeates every action, every thought, and every breath. As we conclude this immersive exploration of Buddhist wisdom, reflect on how these teachings might illuminate your own life. The understanding that everything happens for a reason, according to conditions, does not require belief or faith. It only requires careful observation of life as it unfolds, moment by moment. These teachings do not offer an escape from reality, but invite you to engage with it more clearly, more mindfully, and more compassionately. Recognize how suffering arises from resistance to what is, how freedom comes from skillfully working with conditions instead of fighting against them, how compassion naturally develops when we understand the conditioned nature of all beings, including ourselves. Whether you listen to these teachings as you fall asleep or during moments of reflection in your waking life, let this understanding permeate your awareness. Notice how everything happening right now, external sounds, bodily sensations, thoughts, emotions, exists through specific conditions coming together in this unique, irreplaceable moment. The path is not about achieving some perfect future state, but about recognizing what is already true about existence. Everything happens for a reason, according to conditions. When this simple truth is deeply understood, it transforms how we meet each experience. We become less resistant, more wise, more compassionate, and more at peace with the unfolding of life. May these teachings continue to guide your journey toward greater understanding and freedom from unnecessary suffering. May you come to recognize that everything, absolutely everything, happens for specific reasons, according to conditions, and may this recognition bring increasing wisdom and clarity to how you navigate your precious human life. Rest now in this understanding as it continues to work within you, even as your awareness shifts towards sleep. Everything happens for a reason. Everything serves your awakening when met with awareness. Everything offers wisdom when approached with clear seeing. Sleep well, resting in the natural unfolding of conditions. Your consciousness and body follow the ancient rhythms of rest and renewal, participating in the vast interdependent web of existence. Everything happens for a reason, according to conditions. This understanding remains with you, whether awake or asleep, offering its transformative wisdom to all aspects of your experience.